Back at KSL News Radio, I'm Amanda Dixon. Our top story this hour, authorities have recovered the body of a man who fell through the ice at Settlement Canyon Reservoir late last night. Tooele police say the 20-year-old man jumped in to save a woman who fell through the ice first just before 7 o'clock. He got her out, but he went under the water himself. Authorities searched and eventually found his body about 4 hours later.
This area up here is pretty popular and is extremely dangerous in the winter because of the slope that the ground goes down very quickly into that water.
Corporal Colby Bentley says they're hopeful the woman will make a full recovery. She was taken to an area hospital. This is the third water-related incident at this reservoir in the past year. Salt Lake City Mayor Erin Mendenhall will deliver her fifth State of the City address tonight. The mayor says she'll talk about accountability and transparency. Her speech is scheduled for 7 o'clock. Our top national stories now. The Biden administration is once again meeting with families of Americans held by Hamas.
National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan will meet Tuesday with families of Americans held hostage by Hamas. The meeting comes as the White House says the talks about another ceasefire to secure the release of hostages have been constructive and are moving in a good direction. Secretary of State Antony Blinken said Monday, quote, "There is some real hope going forward," after CIA Director Bill Burns traveled to the Middle East to meet with the key players in the negotiations. Karen Travers, ABC News, Washington.
The Dow is off less than 0.1% right now, down 34 points. We're at 38,299. Coming up, it'll be a warm day today. KSL weather is next. KSL News Time, 9:02.
Doesn't just mean information or dates.
It's the story of our local history being told in real time.
Be a part of the story. This is Tim Hughes and Amanda Dixon.
We hope to be a part of your story. We have you covered on KSL News Radio.
Believe it or not, most small businesses don't have a 401k. If you don't have a 401k, you are missing out on the greatest wealth creation tool ever created. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and many 401ks are overpriced for the employer, have expensive and underperforming investment options, and have tedious administrative provisions. Not at Trajan Wealth. We can set up a 401k for a company for only $8 per employee, a $65 per plan fee, plus a small advisory fee. That's right, not thousands or even the tens of thousands you've been quoted. And do it all in less time than it takes to sit in traffic. If you have 5 or more employees, these 401ks will help you attract and retain top talent. And if you're an employee and don't have a 401k, tell your boss, call Trajan Wealth today. Call 801-899-7600. That's 801-899-7600.
Services offered through a third-party partner.
They say when you pick up one end of the stick, you pick up the other. And that's so true when starting a positive journey. Like what I've experienced is I've lost over 60 pounds in 4.5 months with SOTA weight loss. Yeah, 60. When I finally committed to changing my health through SOTA, which, by the way, is spelled S-O-T-A and stands for state of the art, I suddenly felt freed. From day one, I was no longer embarrassed about how my body looked. And I started resisting that urge to cover or camouflage it like anyone who's been overweight knows what I'm talking about. Why? Because I knew it was going to work and I wasn't going to look like this for much longer. And I don't. Someone else who knows what I'm talking about is Rosie, a fellow SOTA client like me. Rosie joined up with her mom and now she's down 50 pounds.
I came back home from a 2-week trip and everybody was like, in awe. They were like, wow, you look really great. You look terrific. You look completely different. I haven't turned into a new person, but I think I'm finding the best version of myself.
So make 2024 the year you finally let go of that weight for good. Go to SOTAweightloss.com, S-O-T-A weightloss.com. SOTA stands for, say it with me,
State of the Art.
Enroll in Farm Bureau Financial Services Driveology, and you'll instantly save 10% on your auto insurance premium. Over time, your safe driving habits could earn you even bigger savings, up to 50%. Learn more and start saving with Driveology at fbfs.com/save. 10% savings applied at enrollment for select coverages. Future savings based on individual driving behaviors and varies by coverages selected. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company.
Would you like to be part of an important research study and receive up to $550? The Beehive study at the University of Utah is comparing how well 2 different FDA-authorized booster vaccines protect people against COVID-19. You can decide to get a booster or not and still participate. By joining the Beehive study, you'll have the chance to receive up to $550 for completing activities such as weekly COVID tests and brief surveys about your health. Call 801-203-0320 or email beehivestudy@utah.edu utah.edu to learn more. You can also visit the study website at www.beehivestudy.com.
Brought to you by Dominion Energy's ThermWise program, where they put their energy into helping you conserve it. Start saving energy and money today at thermwise.com.
Traffic and weather together, brought to you by Sinclair's DinoPay app. Save up to 20 cents per gallon. Here's Len Thomas.
Well, we're looking at these slowdowns all the way from Midvale up to South Salt Lake. 33rd South crash earlier in the day has kept things slow there. A little bit slowing as you come down the point of the mountain as well. Bluffdale up to about Bangerter Highway, then again in Draper. The 201, we've got a crash out there eastbound at about 30th West on the shoulder, causing slowing from Bangerter up to the West Belt. And slow on Foothill Boulevard, making your way from the University of Utah all the way to I-80. It's Zero Res's best deal of the year. Get one room of carpet clean starting at $25 per room with promo code 25RM. Book online anytime at zerores.com. I'm Len Thomas in the KSL Traffic Center.
KSL weather, temperatures are about 12 to 16 degrees above normal today and tomorrow with mostly sunny skies. We do have an approaching storm that should get here late Thursday into Friday. Right now it's 37 degrees. I'm Amanda Dixon from the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios. Listen online at kslnewsradio.com. We are Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
Dave and Dujanovic, your morning companions for talk, analysis, and key perspectives on Utah's biggest stories on KSL News Radio.
The military has released the names of those 3 Army reservists who were killed in that drone attack in Jordan. They were stationed at an outpost. It's called Tower 22. They were Army reservists all out of Georgia. Dave, 2 females and
Jordan.
A male. Jordan they were stationed in Georgia.
Oh, right.
But they had gone over. They're reservists. They had gone to Jordan. They'd been called up. And we're still waiting to see what President Biden will or won't do. I've read some stories that say the retaliation against that drone attack will be swift. We don't know anything more than that.
Yeah, exactly. And he has said several times that he's not looking to escalate things in the Middle East. But how do you not respond to something like this that took the lives of Americans? It's 9:07. It's time for the launch.
Sequence engaged.
And brought to you by Mountain America Credit Union, the launch is 3 things that Debbie wants you to know.
Countdown. 3.
How about making school mandatory again? We know that chronic absenteeism is becoming a huge issue in schools all over the United States and including Utah. So why aren't kids going to school? We're going to have a live interview with a local school district about what they're seeing as this major issue. And we're also going to speak to a psychologist about the top 3 strategies to find out, to pry it out of your kids without sitting them down and like, hey, you got to go to school. No, pry it out of your kids in a kind, loving parenting way why your child isn't showing up for school. I boil it down to 3 categories, Dave. Your child's either depressed and they're not expressing that to you. They're being bullied at school, so they're afraid to go. Or they're just flat out lazy.
Ooh, I think that's probably the one.
That's
right
the one
there.
Dave picked.
I think
can
there's
tell.
a lot of.
Yeah, Dave always thinks, oh, kids are being lazy.
Well, you know what? I think I'd do better going to donuts versus biology. I think that's what kids are thinking. Remember when we would slough, it was like track down Bin Laden. Like it was, everybody wanted to know where Dave Noriega was, why he didn't show up for English class. Now, I probably get a call a day like, your student has missed 1 or more classes, and we just ignore it. Okay, it is time to make school mandatory again.
Countdown. 2.
New York City, the mayor there is making a decision to, was a $2 billion investment to pay off medical debt for 500,000 New Yorkers.
When I think back to that night that I received my injury, I remember that I hadn't yet lifted myself from the ice when I was thinking, what's this going to cost me?
That is exactly what happens. You get hurt, you're like, I'm going to be paying this off for years. Or how about just worry about getting better? And then we'll figure out the money thing. But yeah, New York forgiving $2 billion. So is that going to cost them $2 billion? You're not going to believe what it actually costs to get rid of $2 billion. It is pennies on the dollar.
Wow.
It's happening here in Utah even. Should I give away how much it actually costs? Or are we going to save? Debbie, you're the devil. I can't believe you're going to make. All right, stick
Wait
around.
Till 10.
We'll tell you how much it costs to pay off $2 billion in debt.
Launch countdown. 1.
My heart just aches for families who had loved ones killed by someone driving under the influence of drugs or alcohol. Right now, the way the justice system is set up, there's no guarantee how long the convicted now killer, if they kill somebody, would go to prison. Well, there's a new proposal on Capitol Hill that would change that. It would require a minimum of a 5-year prison sentence. I have felt for that too long Utah's justice system goes a little too light on DUIs. And for Eli Mitchell's dad, it's time that lawmakers do something about that.
In my opinion, what occurred there is murder, and murder should have a stiffer sentence for doing that to someone's innocent family.
And listening to that father, it is devastating what that does to the family. I'm trying to process in my brain, Debbie, what's the appropriate punishment? Because I've seen the other side as well. I've seen a very harsh sentence for a DUI, just a tragic accident. But this is something that is happening in Utah by the thousands, which is people getting behind the wheel when they're under the influence. So we've got to address this head on and figure out what's the solution.
Dave and Dujanovic.
The Launch.
Commence.
Eye on the Hill 2024. Special coverage with Dave and Dujanovic.
Dave, maybe this will help give you some context when we talk about Jeremy Mitchell's son, Eli, who was 13 years old, run over in a crosswalk by a drunk driver, left at the scene. Now, the drunk driver was sentenced to prison, but not for a minimum of 5 years. This is a proposal on Capitol Hill. This is not something that's been currently implemented into Utah's justice system. He was sentenced to 1 to 15 years times 2. Okay, so theoretically, he could be out. Just stay with me with this math here.
Okay.
In far less than 5 years. He could serve a minimum of 2 years behind bars. And here's the issue for Eli's family and for so many other families is because the way the system is set up, they have to keep going back to hearings, parole board hearings, to explain to the parole board why the perpetrator should be kept behind bars. And that's just a lot on the families. And this 5-year minimum would take that part, that guessing game out of it for them for at least 5 years.
Yes, and that is one of the worst things about the justice system is where the victim's family has to constantly go in and fight for justice. So a parole hearing and to hear from them and how it's impacted their family is just ripping off that scab that keeps trying to heal, but they won't let it happen.
So this doesn't go retroactive if this passes. At least that's my understanding. It'd be moving forward. And Jeremy Mitchell understands that. He went up to Capitol Hill and he testified on behalf of this legislation to, create a law that would make it a minimum of 5 years behind bars if someone hits and kills somebody while they're driving under the influence.
Now, many of you here may think this is a sad thing that would never happen to me. It's exactly what I thought. I would never have. I see these news stories on TV of DUIs. I'm like, that'll never happen to me. That'll never happen to my family, right? That's so sad. But it actually did happen to me. And now I'm here because this isn't going to benefit me, but it's going to benefit others in the future.
And I'm not sure what 5 years mandatory is. I'm not sure if that's too little or too much because that child is gone forever. That is an entire lifetime. 60, 70, 80, 90, who knows how many years of life that was taken from them. So is the payment of 5 years, is that even enough?
I think we need some clarity here. We're going to have the lawmaker live who's proposing this bill in just a few moments, because 5 years minimum is just the starting point.
Dave and Dujanovic.
You know KSL is the only news radio for your car, right?
The only news radio for your smart speaker.
Come here in the morning. It's the latest news and traffic. In the afternoon, news and updated weather.
We have you covered at KSL News Radio.
Louder.
Stop the invasion of our southern border.
He doesn't want us to solve the border problem because he wants to blame Biden for it.
The world around us will only become more divided. With more conflict come key decisions about news stories and the facts. That's why we choose our words carefully at KSL, ask better questions, and leave the conclusions to you. The stakes are higher, and we have you covered at KSL News Radio.
Have you heard of IRS Tax Code Section 1.408A-4? It sounds complicated, but it's a simple tax law thousands of Utah families are using to lock in lower tax bills when they retire. If you've saved at least $200,000 for retirement, and some of this money is in an IRA or 401k, it could save you tens of thousands, maybe even hundreds of thousands of dollars in future tax bills. You can find out how much you could save by requesting a free and confidential retirement tax savings analysis. It's from Boss Retirement Solutions, a 5-time winner of Utah's Best of State Award. For your free retirement tax analysis, call 801-896-9622. 801-896-9622. That's 801-896-9622.
Advisory services offered through Boss Retirement Advisors, an SEC-registered investment advisory firm. Insurance products and services offered through Boss Retirement Solutions.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they helped me. They calmed me down. They made me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
The Management Minute is a service of the MBA program in the John M. Huntsman School of Business at Utah State University. I'm Professor Scott Hammond. The medical helicopter landed just 150 feet from the accident. The rural first responders had done all they could, but the urgency of the situation demanded greater expertise. So the A-team arrived. They calmly walked to the patient. They asked questions. They seamlessly provided care, then loaded and transported the critical patient. All in a day's work. Just one of 3 light calls that day. Teams that excel at critical situations teach us more about how to build our best work teams than the sports teams we watch and enjoy. The real world and real-time problem solving is more of a model than the plays and the points scored in a football or basketball game. Learn more about what makes a great work team in an MBA from Utah State University. Go to utahstatemba.com. That's utahstatemba.com. I'm Scott Hammond. Hope to see you in one of our classes.
Don't let this warm weather fool you. We still got a lot of cold nights ahead of us. What's up, everybody? I'm Mike Wilson with Any Hour Services, and if you haven't scheduled your annual furnace tune-up yet, I got some good news for you. Normally, we charge $124 to tune up your furnace, but not today. If you call today, Tuesday, January 30th, and mention you heard this ad, we'll give you $95 off and tune up your furnace for only $29. You won't hear this ad tomorrow, so call Any Hour Services right now to schedule. 801-443-7400. A furnace tune-up is the least expensive way to extend the life of your furnace and avoid unexpected breakdowns. And our technicians service all brands. 801-443-7400. If it's more convenient, go to anyhourservices.com and look for the red button that says Book Online. Schedule your $29 tune-up there. That's a $124 value for only $29 if you get a hold of Any Hour Services today. Call 801-443-7400. You can Google Any Hour Services. You can even schedule online at anyhourservices.com.
With the 3 things you need to know this hour, I'm Amanda Dixon. First, officials are warning people to stay off lake ice because warmer temps means you're at a greater risk to fall through the ice. Second, a bill that would require an adult present when a child is interrogated for a crime got the nod of approval to move forward in the House. And third, Donald Trump is pulling farther ahead of Nikki Haley in the latest GOP primary poll here in Utah, 49-22. Right now it's sunny and 37 degrees in Salt Lake City. Back to David Dujanovic on KSL News Radio.
Dave and Dujanovic. Eye on the Hill 2024. Special coverage with Dave and Dujanovic.
What resonated with me most about this new proposal on Capitol Hill, which would, if it's passed, require a 5-year minimum prison sentence for somebody who kills a person while they're behind the wheel and they're drunk, is that when you start looking at these cases, Dave, where people have been killed, like we're talking about, well, sweet 13-year-old Eli Mitchell, who was hit and killed over here in West Jordan, like not too long ago, is that I think the sentencing is all over the map for families who have been victimized by this. You just don't know what you're going to get when you go to court. So in some cases, somebody might get a couple of years. In other cases, they might get more time. And this would make it a definite, like 5 years minimum for families.
And families need to be able to rely on the justice system to do their job.
You think?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think so too.
And I think far too often they tap into the families and ask them to come in and tell their story, their heartbreaking story, and relive it, when it needs to be more cut and dried. You do this crime, then this is the time. This is the punishment. And you can trust us that they will do that time. They're not getting out early for good behavior. They're not going to get out for, making up some amazing story. They're just going to do the time.
Well, look at Jeremy Mitchell, who's Eli's dad. We've been talking about Eli. He's 13 years old. He was killed in a crosswalk by a drunk driver. And I was researching Eli's situation. And the driver who hit him had 5 prior DUIs. Okay? As you always say, Dave, let that sink in.
Yeah.
5 prior DUIs. And in this state, while law enforcement goes out and does a really incredible job, doing DUI checkpoints and making sure they're ensnaring drunk drivers. I think they picked up more than 11,000, made 11,000 arrests last year. By the time they get to the court, I mean, some of these sentences, if they don't kill somebody, they're measured in days, like 5 days or 10 days. So as I'm learning this and researching all of this, I was like, you know what? It's about time we start getting harsher, dropping the hammer on DUI drivers and sending a message. And God bless Eli's dad. I mean, he goes up to Capitol Hill yesterday and testifies before this committee after losing his son.
This is what I've always thought in this is automobile homicide under the influence of substance abuse is murder with a weapon. It's a choice, right? It's just in the vehicle. They made the choice. We've been all educated to not drink and drive our whole lives in the state of Utah. And
Representative Andrew Stoddard joins us right now. Do you find the current system to be unfair to victims' families?
Our judges are doing a really good job in sending the majority of these cases to prison, but the system we have with an indeterminate prison sentence where they're getting in for 1 to 15 years really puts it back on the victims too soon.
Well, I want you to explain that a little more because are you currently a prosecutor, a former prosecutor, Andrew, Representative Stoddard? And I've been in court many, many times as a journalist, and this indeterminate sentence is 1 to 15 means that once the judge sentences from 1 to 15, as in like Eli's case, then they go before the parole board within 6 months. The convicted, DUI driver goes before the parole board, and there's a chance they could get parole within a short period of time. But the victim's family has to keep going back and testifying to keep them behind bars. And I would imagine that becomes, that's just horrible for them.
Yeah, and the indeterminate sentence is great in a lot of situations, but we as state policymakers have decided that there are certain crimes where there should be a floor. So homicide, kidnapping, things, really awful crimes where we say this person needs to spend at least this much time in prison, and then the parole board can decide. And I think that this is one of those crimes, and I feel like 5 years is appropriate.
How did you come up with the 5 years? Because I'm trying to wrap my head around. I'm not sure if it's too much or too little.
I worked with the victim's family. We had some staff members do some research and poll other states what they do. There's a lot of states that do this. It was between 3 and 5 years. And in working with the victim's family, they said they felt like 5 years was appropriate.
But 5 years, in my understanding, is just a starting point under your proposal. Am I correct?
Correct.
What's the maximum?
15.
So it's could that be a minimum mandatory of 15 years if a judge wants that for somebody who's killed somebody for DUI?
So if this bill were to pass, a judge would sentence to prison for at least 5 years. The max would be 15 years. So once that 5-year mark is hit, it's up to the parole board to decide,
okay,
if 5 years is enough, if they need a few more, if they need 15, however they want to decide.
Would this sentence take place only in the event of a death, or would serious injury qualify as well?
Just in a death. So a DUI with serious injury does not qualify for the felony level. This would just be under the term automobile homicide.
We're speaking live right now to Representative Andrew Stoddard, who's sponsoring legislation that would require a minimum sentence of 5 years if somebody who's driving under the influence of drugs or alcohol kills somebody when they're behind the wheel. Right now, the system right now is pretty loosey-goosey. I mean, families who are victimized by this have no idea what that perpetrator is going to end up getting sentenced to. But this bill would solidify that, make sure they're behind bars for at least 5 years. And does this also include if somebody's driving and they kill under the influence and they kill a passenger in their car, Representative?
Yeah, it could. It would be a fatality that resulted from the driving under the influence.
I was just researching as well before we let you go. There were more than 11,000 arrests. I think there's like 11,243 arrests or something like that in Utah last year just for DUI. A shocking number. I mean, we're talking about like 900 arrests a month in this state. And a lot of the sentences for first and second convictions are 5 days or 10 days. Is this another area that you're looking at? Is upping the sentences for those, first and second offenses that don't result in a death?
I'm not currently looking at that. I've studied the data on it. The vast majority of people who are convicted of driving under the influence don't reoffend, or at least they're not convicted again. And so this is focused on just that narrow group. And, in the committee yesterday, we had Colonel Rapich from the Highway Patrol testify. These numbers are going up. Both our intoxicated drivers, our DUIs with crashes, and our DUIs with fatalities. Year after year, they're going up. And so we've got to do something to try to curb this.
Representative Stoddard, thank you for joining us.
After talking to him, Dave, and getting a little more context, what's your thoughts on the minimum of 5 years now?
Yeah, I think one of the benefits of this is you can put this on a billboard. You kill somebody in DUI, it is mandatory 5 years in prison.
That's awesome marketing.
That is
honestly
incredible.
That's the best marketing idea I've heard. That would make people realize, hey, you get behind the wheel and you kill somebody, there's no questions asked. I mean, if you're convicted, obviously, you get a trial. But
whether it's an accident, whether you meant to, whether you feel terrible about it, I think it really sets a very clear consequence so that if you do decide to get behind the wheel, and sometimes it's drinking, sometimes it's drugs, sometimes it's you took the wrong medications, whatever it might be, you are still responsible, absolutely, for these actions.
Well, You make it sound like this proposal is a no-brainer. Maybe it is a no-brainer. Does everyone think so? Is everybody on board? Nope.
The defense bar has significant concerns with this bill, and we oppose it.
Okay, let's talk about that angle next.
9:30 at KSL News Radio. I'm Amanda Dixon. Our top story this hour. The Big 12 football schedule was just released. Looking at conference home games, BYU hosts Kansas State in August. Arizona and Oklahoma State will be in Provo in October. Kansas and Houston will play at LaVell Edwards Stadium in November. Let's see, with the Houston game being the final game of the regular season. For the Utah Utes, the home games include Baylor and Arizona in August. TCU will be the only home game in September. In November, the Utes host BYU on the 9th of November, followed by Iowa State on the 23rd. Utah's final regular season game will be at UCF. A 20-year-old man has been found dead after falling through the ice at Settlement Canyon Reservoir last night. He allegedly jumped into the water to save someone else. Taylorsville police have adopted a program meant to help officers save crucial time in missing persons cases involving people with special needs. Lieutenant Jaron Fowler tells KSL-TV the Project Safeguard program allows family with special needs like autism and dementia to fill out a form online outlining their needs to help police if they ever go missing.
They could have different triggers. They could have different behaviors, different things that work to help with calming.
Most agencies in Salt Lake County participate in this program and share information. Our top national story from ABC News. The House Homeland Security Committee is voting on articles of impeachment against Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas today. Homeland Security Committee Chair Mark Green of Tennessee says Mayorkas has been ignoring U.S. border laws. Democrats say House Republicans are confusing law with policy. Your money at this moment, the Dow is up 22 points. We're at 38,356. Coming up, it'll be a warm day today. KSL weather is next. KSL News Time, 9:32.
You know what's great about KSL's traffic coverage? Trained traffic reporters and real listeners.
Trading information and making the commute safer and faster for everyone.
Every 10 minutes on the nines, we have you covered on KSL News Radio.
I don't know what in the world was going on with my builder in 1978, but he was allergic to lighting. He just thought, we're just going to light this entire place with a fireplace and lamps.
Well, Master Electrical is your anecdote, Dave. You got to give them a call. They have upfront pricing, and they can put that new recessed lighting that you so desperately need in your living room and throughout your whole house. You need it, so go get it. It's 2024, time to update from the 1970s to the 2020s, Dave. Master Electrical, that upfront pricing guarantee comes with every bid.
We were sitting down with one of the owners, and one of my favorite stories, he said that someone asked him to come into their house and install the lights. He's like, okay, well, where do you want them? And they said, you're the experts. You tell me where I want them. So they were able to consult and give them their opinion.
Fortunately for all of us, Master Electrical proudly serves from Logan to Santaquin, and they're always open, including for emergency services.
801-543-2222, 801-543-2222.
You can always check them out online as well at masterelectrical.com.
Paid for by government.com.
The 1878 to 1921 Morgan Silver Dollar, a true American classic and one of the most iconic silver dollar coins in history. It's been 100 years since the last Morgan Silver Dollar coin was struck for circulation, and now, for a limited time only, full pound bags of original U.S. government struck Morgan dollars are being released to the public. That's right, you can own a full pound of 1878 to 1921 classic American Morgan Silver Dollar coins, all in very good collector condition with fully visible dates and mint marks, guaranteed. Call 1-800-473-0864 now to secure collector-grade U.S. Morgan Silver Dollars by the pound, struck during the Wild West and the Gilded Age. Plus, receive a bonus American Collector's Pack, valued at over $25, free with every order. Call 1-800-473-0864 now to secure your full pound bag of Morgan Silver Dollar coins before they are gone. 1-800-473-0864. That's 1-800-473-0864.
Many people, Amanda, I think, start each new year with one of two resolutions. One is to lose weight. The other is to save money.
Yeah.
And if you struggle to do that in the past, UCCU has an automatic way to help you.
I have used these wonderful savings goals, savings accounts at UCCU so many times. In fact, I just set one up. It's so easy. You just go and you tell it, what are you saving for? So right now I'm saving for a senior trip for my youngest son.
Mm-hmm.
And I tell it, I have until June of 2025. I want to save this much money. And then it will tell you, all right, well then every month or every other week or whatever you want to do, you have to set aside this much and it will automatically take it out of your savings account.
You can have as many accounts as you want, name them whatever you want, and let's just say you want to save $600 this year.
Right.
$50 a month will automatically go in and you're reaching your goals. You haven't done a thing.
This is the way to save money and not feel it, which is a way to be successful.
So to get started, just log in to their online or mobile banking and click on any of the goals to begin.
UCCU.com. Utah Community Credit Union. Love where you bank. Traffic and weather together, brought to you by Sinclair's DinoPay app. Save up to 20 cents per gallon. Here's Len Thomas.
Well, Amanda, this crash northbound I-15, you got a couple of them there on I-15, really making the drive slow. One's northbound I-15 at 80th South on the right shoulder closed. A whole lot of cars and trucks in a slow roll from 114 South through the South Interchange up to about 54 South where there's a crash on the right shoulder, keeping it slow over there. Also, you've got a little bit of a crash northbound I-15, making her off-ramp on the right shoulder. It's you hunt Utah's biggest bucks and bulls for just $5 in the Western Hunting and Conservation Expo in Salt Lake City. February 15th to the 18th. Go to huntexpo.com for details. Len Thomas in the KSL Traffic Center.
KSL weather, temperatures are about 12 to 16 degrees above normal today and tomorrow with mostly sunny skies. Looks like we have some showers moving in on Friday. Right now it is 37 degrees. I'm Amanda Dixon from the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios. Listen online at kslnewsradio.com. We're Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
Dave and Dujanovic, your morning companions for talk, analysis, and key perspectives on Utah's biggest stories. On KSL News Radio, Eye on the Hill 2024. Special coverage with Dave and Dujanovic.
And Dave and I are continuing our coverage of a new proposal on Capitol Hill that would guarantee families who lose loved ones to a drunk driver or a driver who's under the influence of not only alcohol, but perhaps drugs. It would guarantee them that that person who killed their loved one would go to prison for a minimum of 5 years. It's not like that now here in Utah. So this would give them that guarantee of 5 years.
Now, if something like this happens, I can see the initial reaction, especially if you are the victim's family, where you want to just lock them up and throw away the key. Because when you take somebody's life, it's forever a misery for that family. They will suffer for decades. So whether somebody gets out in 6 months or a year or 5 years, that victim is never coming back.
Eli Mitchell's dad, Eli was killed. We've been talking about Eli this morning. He was 13 years old, killed in the crosswalk in West Jordan by a drunk driver who had 5 prior DUIs. Here's how Eli's dad, who went to Capitol Hill to testify on behalf of getting this legislation passed, framed it for lawmakers.
A drunk driver that was a 6 DUI hit and killed my son. Because he knew he wasn't supposed to do it, he ran off. My son was riding his bike. So we ran over him with both tires, and that's what killed him. He didn't stop. He then proceeded to move forward of certain ways, moved the bike underneath his vehicle after he'd hit and ran over my son, and then drove home.
And he told KSL 5 TV what happened was nothing short of murder. Nothing short of murder. And this individual was convicted. He was sentenced to 1 to 15 years behind bars. But that's kind of loose, you know. He got the term consecutive, so it would be 1 to 15 years twice. So serve as little as 2 years, perhaps, behind bars, but far less than that 5 years that lawmakers are now looking at implementing. Dave,
KSL legal analyst Greg Skordas joins us right now. Has been a prosecutor, is a defense attorney right now. In Utah's justice system, Greg, sentencing, it seems, is mostly left up to the judge's discretion. what's the downside, I guess, maybe of making this mandatory 5 years and taking away, does that just take away all judges' discretion, or would they still have something?
Well, they would still have something, Dave, and that's a fair question. A lot of judges don't like the fact that they get appointed to be a judge and by the governor, and then the legislature tells them what the law is and what they have to impose in terms of sentences. And judges think that they should be able to make that decision. And additionally, the Board of Pardons likes to be able to weigh in on decisions like that once a person gets out to the prison. Nonetheless, we have a lot of cases, a lot of crimes for which there is what we call a minimum mandatory sentence. And as a practical matter, I'll just say this, that a person who goes to prison on an automobile homicide on a 1 to 15 is probably going to do the better part of a 5-year sentence anyway. So the law may not change much procedurally with what happens with these individuals, but it might just change the public perception a little bit to know that these people are doing at least 5 years.
KSL legal analyst Greg Skordas on the line with us live right now, talking about this new proposal that would mandate a minimum of a 5-year prison sentence for somebody who kills somebody while they're behind the wheel drunk. I'm going to push back on you, Greg, because I think what the 5-year minimum does is at least gives that family, the victim's family, some relief from having to go before the parole board and argue. After like 6 months, sometimes these perpetrators and convicts get parole hearings. And so now the family's got to be on standby to go and tell the parole board why they have to keep the person behind bars longer. So wouldn't that take that portion of this, that re-victimization for the family, out of it for at least 5 years?
Yes, it absolutely would, especially under your definition of it. I mean, I disagree a little bit with that.
Sure.
That the way that you spell it out, but I completely understand, and I've helped families at parole hearings, and I've helped parolees at parole hearings. But we do appoint a board, a parole board. The governor makes that decision. The governor appoints judges, and it just seems that we so often take away both of the authorities and responsibilities of those two groups and say, nope, the sentence is X, 5 years, you can't do anything about it. It doesn't take into account any sort of rehabilitative efforts, even sometimes the wishes of the victim's family themselves. And I know that you often say, well, the victim's family is going to ask for the max. That's not always the case. A lot of times these drunk drivers, their passenger is killed, and sometimes that's a close person, a loved one. And sometimes there's so much that goes into that equation for the perpetrator that they really suffer twice. I'm not excusing it, and sometimes 5 years makes a lot of sense. I'm always uncomfortable with laws that take discretion away from the people that we want to have discretion.
But I think that brings us to a different perspective in this conversation that we hadn't had before, is that the passenger is a loved one. That does change things up to some degree. I mean, maybe that's a father who's, rest of their family relies on him Monday through Friday to make ends meet. I mean, or, a father who's going to go through the rest of his life in a living nightmare because their actions killed, their child. So it does change the perspective to some degree. I still don't always have the kind of perhaps sympathy that you do, though, Greg.
No, I understand, and I appreciate what you're saying. And a lot of people don't have sympathy for those who get intoxicated and cause injury, and we shouldn't. I mean, that's the worst thing that you can imagine, is losing a child or a loved one to a drunk driver, especially the case that you spelled out. I mean, that had to be incredibly heartbreaking to that family.
Well, Greg, thank you for lending us your experience and your expertise. KSL legal analyst Greg Skordas.
We're going to continue to track this story down. I know the family has been really gracious with their time and their testimony on Utah's Capitol Hill. So we're going to be reaching out to Eli's dad throughout the show today to see if he would join us later in the day to discuss his passion for supporting this legislation and give us a deeper perspective of what his family has been dealing with after the death of Eli.
Dave and Dujanovic.
Dave and Debbie go out of their way to make sure you hear all sides of a story.
They're working the phones to get several viewpoints on for you.
Hi, it's Tim and Amanda. We get you the full story, too.
We have you covered on KSL News Radio.
Don't let this warm weather fool you. We still got a lot of cold nights ahead of us. What's up, everybody? I'm Mike Wilson with Any Hour Services, and if you haven't scheduled your annual furnace tune-up yet, I got some good news for you. Normally, we charge $124 to tune up your furnace, but not today. If you call today, Tuesday, January 30th, and mention you heard this ad, we'll give you $95 off and tune up your furnace for only $29. You won't hear this ad tomorrow, so call Any Hour Services right now to schedule. 801-443-7400. A furnace tune-up is the least expensive way to extend the life of your furnace and avoid unexpected breakdowns, and our technicians service all brands. 801-443-7400. If it's more convenient, go to anyhourservices.com and look for the red button that says Book Online. Schedule your $29 tune-up there. That's a $124 value for only $29 if you get a hold of Any Hour Services today. Call 801-443-7400. You can Google Any Hour Services. You can even schedule online at anyhourservices.com.
Hey, I'm Andy. If you don't know me, it's probably because I'm not famous. But I did start a men's grooming company called Harry's. The idea for Harry's came out of a frustrating experience I had buying razor blades. Most brands were overpriced, overdesigned, and out of touch. At Harry's, our approach is simple. Here's our secret. We make sharp, durable blades and sell them at honest prices for as low as $2 each. We care about quality so much that we do some crazy things, like buy a world-class German blade factory. Millions of guys have already made the switch to Harry's, so thank you if you're one of them. And if you're not, we hope you give us a try soon. Harry's is available online and in-store at a retailer near you. Get a $13 trial set for just $3 at harrys.com/quality. That's harrys.com/quality. Or check us out at your local Costco for a price you can't find anywhere else. Just look for the Chrome Razor with 13 blade refills at your local Costco. You can't miss it. Exclusive to Costco members.
Hi friends, Dan the Laptop Man here from PC Laptops. I get a lot of emails from people all the time. Here's one. Dear Dan, I hear your talk about a lifetime service guarantee. Free? Really? Please help me avoid all your fine print and be honest about what free means. You understand that we should be very wary of a free offer. Signed, Skeptical. Hi, Skeptical. I remember 22 years ago when we started PC Laptops and our lifetime service guarantee, people thought it was too good to be true. Well, after a decade, people started believing me a little bit. But it's been 22 years of having the privilege to serve our friends and neighbors like you. Our lifetime service guarantee has become the most trusted warranty in the industry. You can get a brand new PC Laptops desktop computer, and they start at only $29 a month. Check us out at PCLaptops.com. That's PCLaptops.com. Here's to seeing you soon, Skeptical.
The new year is here, and it's time to take advantage of Zero Res's best deal of the year. Carpets, tile, rugs, upholstery, basically every surface in your home can be Zero Resified. So it's time to call the cleaning pros at Zero Res. Don't forget your air ducts to help alleviate allergies or asthma. Enjoy less dust, lower energy bills, and your home will stay cleaner longer. Don't DIY it. Call Zero Res because you know it's safe and effective. Zero Res has a 4.8 rating on Google with over 3,300 reviews. The Zero Res Gotta Love It guarantee makes it easy to get what you pay for. Yeah, Zero Res absolutely stands behind every cleaning. Don't miss the best deal of the year. Get back to clean and get one room of carpet cleaning starting at just $25 per room by using promo code 25RM. Call Zero Res at 866-ZERO-RES or go online at ZeroRes.com and say you want the station special. Zero Res. Spell it backward or forwards. It spells the same.
With the three things you need to know this hour, I'm Amanda Dixon. First, a bill that would mandate law enforcement have a parent or guardian or trusted adult present during interrogation of a child got the nod to move forward in the House. Second, Salt Lake City Mayor Erin Mendenhall will deliver her 5th State of the City address tonight at 7. And third, it will be a warmer day today. Watch out for increased avalanche danger. Right now, it's sunny and 37 degrees in Salt Lake City. Back to David Dujanovic on KSL News Radio.
Dave and Dujanovic.
Oh, to buy a new car or buy 2 tickets to the next month's Super Bowl in Las Vegas. 2, yeah.
How about 1?
That's the Peanut Gallery and our very own Tim Hughes, who knows Allegiant Stadium like nobody else's business. But I saw the prices of Super Bowl tickets, and I was like, yeah, I ain't going. I'm not going.
There's no way you could afford it. You have to be crazy wealthy, or you have to basically be like a vice president of Google. That's who gets to go.
In 1995, Super Bowl tickets were $200. I don't even know if there was a secondary market in 1995, but I looked it up. Tim Hughes, Utah's Morning News.
In 1967, the average ticket was $12.
$12.
Yeah. And Dave, you're right. The first grab at these tickets go to corporations and probably sponsors of NFL, so they get the first shot. Players of both teams will get their shot of the tickets. Then teams will get a share to sell or auction off, really, to their season ticket holders. You can't even find, I just tried, you can't even find what the face value of a Super Bowl ticket is because nobody knows.
Because they're on the secondary market?
I think they used to have an auction of like 500 tickets just to say they do. It's kind of like a lost leader going into a store with a big screen that's only $12, but everything else is $1,000. They have a lottery that you can sign up for somewhere, and so they have these 500 tickets that are available at face value. I can't find it.
So what drove my attention to this, because I saw a story on KSL.com, and then I also went over to like sportingnews.com. I don't even know if that's is that the side show of ESPN.com? I have no idea. But sportingnews.com said the average seat right now is currently $10,026.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
We
were reporting yesterday
right?
it was around $9,000, but the closer you get, the higher the price probably.
Up to $35,000 on StubHub.
Some people are paying $80,000 for a good seat.
What happened, guys?
They have too much money?
Commercialization and, people with a lot of money out there. I mean, you have two different societies, those that have it and those that don't. And those that have it just aren't going to miss on this opportunity to be a part of an event. But the rest of us, I'll never go see a Super Bowl.
It's so close, too. And I thought, there's a chance, right? There's a chance. It's in Las Vegas. I could drive down there, right? I don't even need to catch a flight. I can just drive down there. But, Dave, what's your take on that?
Well, first of all, neither of you are going to like me as I say these next words.
You've been to one?
I've been to two.
What?
Yeah.
As a media guy.
But I literally want to know, just as a female, as a kind of an outsider to football, I do watch it, and I do know, what first downs are and second downs are, and I know what 2-point conversions are, and offsides. I know all that stuff. I watch it enough, but I don't quite understand how the NFL thinks that these prices are okay, because I would love to be able to take my family to an event like this, or even Tim, I looked for the Raiders game because I know you're the voice of the Raiders, and I think I messaged you at one point and went is this a normal price just for a regular season game? It was like $300 a ticket.
The tickets to Allegiant are among the most expensive, if not the most expensive in the country, and there's reasons why. Because it's Las Vegas. And so every visiting team, and by the way, behind the scenes, this is a picking point for players and coaches and ownership. Because it's in Vegas, a lot of people that paid stupid amounts of money for season tickets find they can make a lot more money handpicking 4 games they want to see during the season and selling off the rest to buy the season tickets next year, because every team's fans, season ticket holders, who are people who have money, say, hey, they're in Vegas, let's go to Vegas and watch a game. So these games don't feel like home games to the Raiders. There's usually half and half of they don't have the same home field advantage that other teams do, and certainly not what they did in Oakland. It's a whole different feel for even those guys sitting in the black hole that have been, there for years as the most ardent of Raiders fans.
The Super Bowl is a different game in the sense that it is an experience.
Yeah.
Oftentimes when you want to go to the Super Bowl, you're not going because your team made it, because that's not decided until 2 weeks before the Super Bowl actually takes place. So you have to commit and say, this is the year I want to go, and you just have to accept whoever goes.
And you usually have a connection somewhere.
The connection is so incredibly difficult because the NFL is worth billions and billions of dollars. Every team is worth billions of dollars. The corporate sponsorships, billions. So the thought that you're going to be able to get into that game, there, what does that stadium seat? 55,000? 65,000.
But it's expandable to almost 72,
It
which
is?
you were asking the question.
Yeah, because one report I read said it's one of the smaller stadiums in the NFL, but you said no, it's not.
Not true. The smallest stadium is FedEx Field. I did a little research here. FedEx Field in Landover, where the Commanders play, that's 58,000. So if Allegiant is 65,000, which is right in the sweet spot for NFL stadiums and expandable to almost 72, the majority of stadiums in the NFL, 17, have fewer than 70,000 seats. Only 5 seat over 80,000, and you can think of Lambeau and MetLife and AT&T where the Cowboys play. That is listed as an 80,000-seat stadium, but they squeeze 100,000 people in there for standing room only.
Goodness, is there room to breathe?
Been there, done that.
Yeah.
Well, the reason I asked that about the stadium size because I thought, well, if it's one of the smallest stadiums in the NFL, which you just disproved that theory, I was like, okay, now we have on top of expensive tickets, we have a supply and demand issue, but maybe we don't.
No, well, it is a question and a frustration that you do have Jerry World down in Dallas that could seat 100,000 people. Why are we having it somewhere else where only 55,000 people can enjoy? Maybe 60, 65,000, whatever it might be. So you're leaving 40,000 seats on the table.
Mm-hmm.
And that is a frustration in general because most people are like the two of you, where you will never get to experience a Super Bowl.
But this is how they're rewarding owners and communities who are willing to put $1.8 billion into building something like Allegiant Stadium. They'll let you highlight that by letting you have a Super Bowl there. Sure. And it is a marquee thing for the NFL to have these beautiful stadiums. Here's another statistic. Only 5 Super Bowls have topped 100,000 fans. 4 of those took place at the Rose Bowl, which seats somewhere around 100,000 people.
In Pasadena.
In Pasadena.
In California. So we're talking to Tim Hughes of Utah's Morning News. You might not know this. He's also the voice of the Las Vegas Raiders.
Yeah, not all the games anymore, but
I didn't know that.
Yeah, because my schedule with the kickboxing thing has taken over.
Yeah, but I thought, since I just saw this story that says that, Super Bowl tickets are just off the charts as high as $35,000. I think you can get a corner upper deck seat in section 346, row 12 for $6,300.
Yeah.
I thought Utah families, it's so close. It's 6 hours of drive. I don't know if you drive fast. Maybe if you drive slow. Maybe if you get stuck in the Virgin River Gorge, it's longer. But it's close enough. I thought, well, maybe Utah families will go. But I just don't know how they're going to afford it, Tim.
Well, if it's a family of 4, it's only going to cost you about $28,000
That's the
just
price
to get
of a
in.
new car, not quite a new car.
That doesn't get you the hot dog or the hotel room. And believe me, there's some sticker shock with those hotel rooms this week.
I just think it's kind of sad that a lot of families, a lot of kids won't be able to experience it.
There's a couple of things they do offer is when they are hosting, they open up the surrounding area and there are zip lines and there's parties and there's meet and greets and there's the NFL experience. So you can go down and visit and not go to the game per se, but still participate in the environment. And that is far more affordable. You could get into some of those things.
I haven't
for
checked
$50.
the price of hotel
Stay in
rooms.
stay in Mesquite, stay in St. George and drive down.
Okay.
Just for the NFL experience on the side. Yeah.
Well, look at you guys are reeling me in there. Maybe I'll have a partial football. Was it 58? Super Bowl 58 experiences? Are we coming up on 58?
This event has Las Vegas written all over it because every casino is going to be having a party. Everybody's going to have a watch party, and there's going to be things to do outside of the stadium.
It's going to be crowded. It is going to be crowded. Tim Hughes of Utah's Morning News, thanks so much for jumping online with us today here on the Dave and Dujanovic Show. Are you going this year, Dave?
Nope. No Super Bowl for me.
Right. You're not going to...
I'd bring my besties, though, here.
No $6,300 pop ticket for Dave?
If the Cowboys were going, I might be tempted.
Hey, Americans have something like $100 million in medical debt.
When I think back to that night that I received my injury, I remember that I hadn't yet lifted myself from the ice when I was thinking, what's this going to cost me?
What the city of New York is doing to erase $2 billion of medical debt in their city.
KSL FM Midvale.
KSL Salt Lake City.
From the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios, this is KSL News Radio.
Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
It's 10 o'clock at KSL News Radio. I'm Dan Bomas. KSL's top story this hour, Utah State Representative is sponsoring a bill to make sure sexual assault victims are never asked to take a polygraph test.
Sexual assault is already underreported in Utah, and when you look at rape in particular, we're higher than the national average.
Because of that, Representative Angela Romero says she does not want victims to feel like police officers and prosecutors don't believe them when they report an assault. Last night was a rough one for the Utah Jazz. The Nets made it rain in Brooklyn, burying Utah 147-114. The Jazz will continue their road trip in New York against the Knicks in Madison Square Garden tonight. Tip-off is at 5:30. Our top national story this hour from ABC News. No word yet on how the United States will respond to 3 service members killed and dozens hurt in a drone attack at a U.S. base in Jordan. As he walked out to the helicopter on the White House lawn, President Biden was asked if a U.S. response could escalate the conflict in the Middle East.
I don't think we need a wider war in the Middle East. That's not what I'm looking for.
The U.S. military says the drone that hit a U.S. base in Jordan came from an Iranian-backed militia group. Your money at this moment, the Dow Jones average up on the day by 51 points, while the NASDAQ has slipped into negative territory, down 63 points right now. And our KSL weather, another couple of sunny days on tap. That's next. KSL News Time, 10:01.
We hope you have the right app on your phone for news. You probably have dozens.
But the KSL News Radio app, well, it makes our live stream super easy.
Plus, our talk shows are right there as podcast for your workday.
That's the app for KSL News Radio.
For the ones who get it done, the most important part is the one you need now. And the best partner is the one who can deliver. That's why millions of maintenance and repair pros trust Grainger, because we have professional-grade supplies for every industry, even hard-to-find products. And we have same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders. But most importantly, we have an unwavering commitment to help keep you up and running. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
With no fees or minimums and no overdraft fees, banking with Capital One is the easiest decision in the history of decisions. Even easier than choosing to keep the Grinch away from the toy drive.
Who's going to deliver the toys to the kids?
What about me, the Grinch?
No. Yep, even easier than that.
You steal the presents one time.
With no fees or minimums and no overdraft fees, is it even a decision? That's banking reimagined. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Capital One NA member FDIC. Copyright Dr. Seuss Enterprises. Copyright Turner Entertainment Company.
Derek Overstreet, founder of the New Millennium Group. We're a financial planning firm. Listen, we're fiduciaries. We have advisors standing by right now to take your call. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370. The reason you're going to want to call is we're going to help you retire 3 to 5 years before you thought possible. Now, imagine how that would be if you could actually retire 3 to 5 years sooner than your plan was. The way we do this is by putting together a step-by-step plan, taking into consideration any rental properties that you have, any pension income that you have, your Social Security. Listen, we put that all together for you in writing. It will allow us to build your income based on inflation. You know, inflation has been rapidly rising. You and I both need a plan that whatever we start out our income at, in 5 or 10 years, we're going to need 40% more income. So if you're one of those people listening and you'd like a plan in writing, give us a call at 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370, or go to utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Boyd Matheson on the pitfalls of politics.
Sadly, both political parties are more interested in scoring political points than they are solving the American people's problems. They're playing a zero-sum game. And it's not zero-sum. It's everybody coming together. We have to come together. Compromise has integrity. That's a big part of what's going wrong in our nation's capital and in many conversations around the country.
Inside Sources with Boyd Matheson, 1 to 3 on KSL News Radio.
Traffic and weather together, brought to you by Sinclair's DinoPay app. Save up to 20 cents per gallon. Here's Len Thomas.
Well, Dan, this crash northbound I-15 about 80th south on the right shoulder. Traffic slow through Sandy from just after 114 south. Otherwise, a little bit of northbound slowing at the south interchange. It's Zero Res Best Deal of the Year. Get one room of carpet clean starting at $25 per room with promo code 25RM. Book online anytime at zerores.com. I'm Len Thomas in the KSL Traffic Center.
KSL weather, sunshine today and tomorrow with high temperatures well above normal again, but with diminished air quality. We could see showers move in Thursday night and Friday. Right now, we're at 39 degrees with sunny skies. I'm Dan Bomas from the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios. Listen online at kslnewsradio.com. We're Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
Dave and Dujanovic, your morning companions for talk, analysis, and key perspectives on Utah's biggest stories on KSL News Radio.
New York City Mayor Eric Adams says he's going to relieve $2 billion in medical debt for New York residents. That's billion with a B.
We're investing $18 million over 3 years to forgive over $2 billion in medical debt for hundreds of thousands of New Yorkers. The program... If you were sitting down, you would be standing up for this one and doing a standing ovation. The program will wipe out debt for up to 500,000 New Yorkers on a one-time basis and would be the largest municipal initiative of its kind in the country.
Imagine that. Imagine your city, whether it's Salt Lake or Kaysville, swooping in and just paying off all this medical debt. I mean, that would be absolutely, it would like be hitting the lottery. Now, how do they do this? Is it really going to cost $2 billion? Well, we'll walk you through some of the specifics of how it happens. But what an incredibly great thing to do for your residents, if you can afford it, I guess.
Well, I mean, it was like Christmas morning. I mean, I'm sitting there thinking about this. I'm thinking, I remember I had a bill that was coming due, and because I was getting migraines really in my early 20s, and I didn't have hardly any money to pay for those bills, Dave, and it was scary. And I had to get treated for migraines because they were so debilitating that I was risking missing work. But I kept thinking, maybe I don't have to go to the doctor, and I could just put up with it. That's what medical debt does. It just makes us make poor decisions about our health because we're afraid of getting that bill in the mail. And at this announcement in New York, where the mayor made this announcement, a man shared his story of medical debt. I think we can all relate.
I know firsthand how crushing medical debt can be. A few years ago, I was attending college in a small western Pennsylvania town, and I was walking home from a night class after an ice storm. I slipped and I hit my head on a curb. When I think back to that night that I received my injury, I remember that I hadn't yet lifted myself from the ice when I was thinking, what's this going to cost me? Mm-hmm. My first thought wasn't about how severe my injury was. It wasn't about how I was going to get to the hospital. And it wasn't about recovery.
Yep. Amen.
Exactly what you were saying. You had migraines. You thought, maybe I ought to go get this checked out, but you're like, I don't know if I can afford this, so you just tough it out.
You don't go get the medicine you need. I slipped on ice in 2016. Slipped on ice bringing my trash can in. I was bringing my trash can in. I don't know why I wanted to bring it in at 8 o'clock in the morning, but I was hopping out of the car, heading to work, and I was like, just heading to work. I hop out of the car, put the car in park, thankfully, because everything else went wrong right after that. I run over to the trash can, Dave, to pull it in because it had been sitting out there overnight. And I step on what's commonly known as black ice. It's like the kind of ice that's here, it's just, it's over. It's just over, but you don't see it. It doesn't call your name and like say, watch out. Man, I went down so hard, I pulled that trash can right over on me. And I was like, I thought I'd broken every single bone in my body. It was such a crushing fall. I'm like, it's definitely like all the broken ribs. I think I broke my lungs. I probably snapped my neck. Turns out I only had a broken elbow. But I was thinking that same thing as I was staring up at the morning sky. I was two things like, why did you have to pull that trash can in? And how much is this going to cost me? Like, how much is this stupid decision to jump out in a black ice morning to do the right thing so my neighbors don't, see my trash can out? Well,
You're not alone, though, Deb. I think so many Utahns and Americans, they are so obsessed. We can't help but be obsessed with how much things cost because everybody carries medical debt. 100 million Americans carry some sort of medical debt.
And the city of New York is forgiving $2 billion of that. The mayor just made the announcement. We heard from a man who slipped on ice. So many of us have done this, gone down on our backside. I did once in the REI parking lot at 3300 South in Mill Creek there. I'll never forget that night. Thought I cracked my tailbone, and I didn't. I got right up, and I ran to my car because I was so embarrassed. I crawled to my car because it was black ice. But the company that guy was talking about that was forgiving his medical debt in New York also does this in Utah.
The several letters and phone calls I received each month regarding my medical debt began to blend into background noise I almost learned to instinctually ignore, knowing that picking up that call or opening that letter would just be another humiliating slap in the face about debt I couldn't afford. Then one day I got a letter that looked a little bit different from the others, this time from a group called RIP Medical Debt. I decided to open the envelope and saw a notice informing me that my medical debt had been 100% forgiven. I remember being home with my girlfriend at the time, staring at the sheet of paper in my hand, shaking and in disbelief. I thought that this was just part of an increasingly elaborate way by debt companies to contact me. As I researched the letter and the company, much to my surprise and overwhelming joy, I found that my medical debt had indeed been completely forgiven.
Awesome. You would think it's a scam. Like, this is too good to be true.
It totally does. Okay, so let me give you an idea. This RIPmedicaldebt.org, they work here in Utah, and they've forgiven debt. And so let's rewind a little bit and how New York is able to forgive $2 billion in debt. Now, their entire budget in New York City is $100 billion. They're not taking $2 billion out of their budget to pay this off. What they're able to do is buy the debt at a huge discount.
That's already at collections?
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
And that's the key, Deb.
So it's gone to collections. These people are being hounded for payment, and it's just been sitting there in collections, and they can't get payment for it. Okay.
And in many cases for years.
All right.
This debt is just sitting there. The hospitals essentially are saying, we're never going to get paid. We've tried to collect this. They're not paying it. So what happens is all of this medical debt ends up getting put into a portfolio. So it's a whole bunch of different medical debts that are lumped together. Well, then you can buy at a discount this medical debt. So say you buy $2 billion worth of medical debt. Well, in New York's case, they bought it for $18 million.
Pennies on the dollar.
Pennies on the dollar.
That's fascinating, Dave.
So some people do this as an investment, saying, okay, I will take this $2 billion of debt, and then I'm going to try to collect it myself. And I can either try to collect it and get my investment back.
So they'll become like the collection agency.
Exactly.
They'll try to track it down. Okay.
So because they've purchased this at such a discount, some of these nonprofit companies can come in, buy it, again, at pennies on the dollar, and then they just erase it. Then they just say, you know what, we're not going to try to collect on this. We're just going to get rid of it. And that's where the nonprofit and the donations can turn a $100 donation into $10,000 in forgiveness.
That's a gift.
It is.
It's a gift. You think about the man in New York who hit his head walking home, and it's like all of a sudden now you're in debt for years and you're being hounded by collection agencies to pay a bill you can't afford. I think medical debt is so insidious because you need the treatment. And you need you need to make sure you're getting the right care. But when you can't afford it, or when you're going to be saddled with debt for 5 or 10, 15 years and getting collection agencies hounding you, it's like it's just like you feel like you can't even live your life because of something that happened to you so often, even by accident. Have you ever had a medical bill like that you've tried to negotiate, Dave? Like it's coming really high and you're like, oh my goodness, I need some relief here.
Yeah. I have not been successful. Apparently, I do not know.
Really?
I don't know how to
Because I did.
to fight.
I knew somebody who had a bill that had hounded them for years.
Really?
And I gave him a little piece of advice of how to deal with the collection agency because he couldn't afford the bill. And it actually worked. So let's go in depth. And if you don't get rescued from your medical debt by the city of New York or any other city you live in, or RIP medical debt, like Rest in Peace Medical Debt, this nonprofit that's doing great work on behalf of people who have the debt, we're going to have some tips from a certified financial planner. And I'll tell you my story next.
Dave and Dujanovic.
Current events can have a lot of moving parts. Our job is to make it easy to keep up.
You're part of a bigger world, so spend 15 or 20 minutes here and be part of it.
Join us weekday mornings between 5 and 9 on KSL News Radio.
You probably love some Utah Jazz tickets. Am I right?
Through traffic all the way to the finish line and let it up and in.
KSL wants you to go see the Jazz Sixers game. Listen to Tim and Amanda Wednesday and Thursday morning for your chance to win. Primo Jazz tickets Wednesday and Thursday on Utah's Morning News on KSL News Radio.
Don't let this warm weather fool you. We still got a lot of cold nights ahead of us. What's up, everybody? I'm Mike Wilson with Any Hour Services, and if you haven't scheduled your annual furnace tune-up yet, I got some good news for you. Normally, we charge $124 to tune up your furnace, but not today. If you call today, Tuesday, January 30th, and mention you heard this ad, we'll give you $95 off and tune up your furnace for only $29. You won't hear this ad tomorrow, so call Any Hour Services right now to schedule. 801-443-7400. A furnace tune-up is the least expensive way to extend the life of your furnace and avoid unexpected breakdowns, and our technicians service all brands. 801-443-7400. If it's more convenient, go to anyhourservices.com and look for the red button that says Book Online. Schedule your $29 tune-up there. That's $124 value for only $29 if you get a hold of Any Hour Services today. Call 801-443-7400. You can Google Any Hour Services. You can even schedule online at anyhourservices.com.
Hey, I'm Andy. If you don't know me, it's probably because I'm not famous. But I did start a men's grooming company called Harry's. The idea for Harry's came out of a frustrating experience I had buying razor blades. Most brands were overpriced, overdesigned, and out of touch. At Harry's, our approach is simple. Here's our secret. We make sharp, durable blades and sell them at honest prices for as low as $2 each. We care about quality so much that we do some crazy things, like buy a world-class German blade factory. Millions of guys have already made the switch to Harry's, so thank you if you're one of them. And if you're not, we hope you give us a try soon. Harry's is available online and in-store at a retailer near you. Get a $13 trial set for just $3 at harrys.com/quality. That's harrys.com/quality. Or check us out at your local Costco for a price you can't find anywhere else. Just look for the Chrome Razor with 13 blade refills at your local Costco. You can't miss it. Exclusive to Costco members.
Jeff Kaplan here. Every once in a while, I do my show from home, and you probably wouldn't be able to tell. I'm on KSL and sending video to the internet all at the same time because I have Xfinity Wi-Fi. It's pretty amazing because at the same time, my wife's streaming a movie, grandkids come over, one's watching YouTube, two are playing Minecraft, and others watching a flick, all while Grandma says, shh, Papa's on the air. We run all these devices, and I do a show thanks to my reliable, fast connection. Xfinity Wi-Fi is a game changer. Get wall-to-wall Wi-Fi on the Xfinity 10G network for a reliable connection throughout your home. Now through March 21st, new customers can get started with 1.2 gigabit internet for $25 a month for 2 years with no annual contract and Wi-Fi equipment included when you add unlimited mobile. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. After promo, regular rates apply to Internet service and Wi-Fi equipment. Actual speeds vary.
Getting help with electrical repairs is easier than you think. All you have to do is call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
Okay, that's good. Whoa, Dave!
Sorry, I'll go grab some paper towels.
You can't let Dave pour things. He works at JCW's. They fill stuff up past the brim over there, like their milkshakes. They're thick, rich, and oh my gosh.
Delicious?
Oh no. Dave's filling up Crystal's car for her.
Dave, stop.
Hey, this is Clark for JCW. Stop into any of our 5 locations today. We're located in American Fork, Thanksgiving Point, Provo, South Jordan, and our new location in Harriman. Come in and see why at JCW's we believe in quality and a lot of it.
Dave and Dujanovic. One person described it like this: I like having 1,000 one-minute conversations. So often we think we've got to dive in head first and know everything before we can speak on something. No, we can have a bunch of little conversations.
There's more than one opinion, and more than one opinion or viewpoint matters. I want our listeners to walk away from the show knowing that more than one opinion is valid.
Listen for Dave and Dujanovic 9 to noon on KSL News Radio.
With the 3 things you need to know this hour, I'm Dan Bonas. First, the state legislator says a victim of sexual assault shouldn't have to take a polygraph test. Second, the Jazz couldn't overcome 147 points scored last night by the Brooklyn Nets. And third, a man who rescued a woman from the ice at Settlement Canyon Reservoir fell through himself and drowned. 39 degrees right now in Salt Lake City. And back to Dave and Dujanovic on KSL News Radio.
Dave and Dujanovic.
The mayor of New York City has done something I bet a lot of us wish our own mayors would do, and that is forgive $2 billion worth of medical debt for residents there.
We're investing $18 million over 3 years to forgive over $2 billion in medical debt for hundreds of thousands of New Yorkers.
Now, if you're wondering how that works, how that math works, where you're investing $18 million to forgive $2 billion in medical debt, well, it can be a little bit complicated. The way it works is if you have some medical debt and you don't pay it, it goes to collections. Collections doesn't get any money from you. Well, then that can go into this portfolio of medical debt, just sits there that they haven't been able to collect on. And then there are investors that will purchase up that debt for pennies on the dollar. So the hospital might have charged you tens of thousands, but you purchased that remaining medical debt for, hundreds of dollars. So what
It's just fascinating to me.
What these nonprofit organizations will do is they'll purchase up these portfolios. And in this case, it was $2 billion worth of a portfolio of medical debt. And then they bought it for $18 million. And then instead of trying to collect on that debt like a typical collector would, they just said, no, we're done. We're just going to wipe it clean.
In this case, my understanding is the city of New York doing this. It's not a nonprofit doing that. Am I reading that right, Dave?
Yeah.
Okay. So some people might say, well, that's terrible public policy. Why would you do imagine if 500,000 residents across Utah were out from underneath their medical debt that just was keeping them awake at night. It made so they couldn't, function during the day because they were just freaked out about getting a collection call. And some people just don't ever pay it. And you may have some issues with that, but they're just not in a position to pay it. So I had a friend who had this happen, and it was, I think, $1,000, $1,200 in medical debt that had followed him for years. And I said, I feel like you should just contact the collection agency. Like, stop ducking and covering and just contact them and make them an offer. And by golly, guess who was right? Me. Yeah, they took an offer for just, as you said, pennies on the dollar. So he was able to negotiate his own medical relief for just a few $100s compared to what the actual retail price of that medical bill was. It had been sitting in collections for quite some time.
And the reason they might be willing to do that, Debbie, is because let's just say it's a $10,000 bill. Well, the collection agency may have purchased that debt, that $10,000 debt, for $100. So they, as long as they get more than $100 back, they're making a profit. So say they said, yeah, give us $300. They made a 200% profit. Sure, the hospital missed out on a whole bunch of money, But as far as the collection agency, that is why they're willing to negotiate.
Shane Stewart, a certified financial planner. I certainly don't want to advocate for people not paying their bills. That might have come across as though
that's totally how it sounds.
But I mean, I guess, you know, some people are just in a position where they're just saddled with a ton of medical debt, and they live their life scared of bill collectors, which is a kind of a stinky way to live life. So picking up that phone and making that phone call can really turn things around. And it was almost within an hour. I think it was like an instant solution to a years-long problem. I think people are afraid to negotiate with debt collection companies.
I agree. And in fact, your advice is very valid to anyone to just be proactive. Doesn't matter what the situation is. In his case, it was, or in your friend's case, it was, you know, a collection agency, but anything to be proactive. And in fact, I would even advocate for negotiation with the healthcare provider before it even goes to collection. And my experience has been they're willing to work some things out, especially if they look at your income, look at the debt that you have. Just about every facility I know of has some sort of financial counseling office, especially the larger facilities, that they'll talk to you about what you can pay. They'll set up payment plans. In fact, most large facilities will give you a payment plan whether you need it or not. They'll allow you to pay monthly. And so these things are negotiable. You just have to take the bull by the horn, so to speak, and take your advice, Debbie, and act. Do it right away.
Shade, another thing that I've learned, and I have done this, was they say if you pay in cash all at once, then they'll give you another, 10% off, something like that.
Right. They'll negotiate up front. That's absolutely right. The other thing that I wonder about is whether years ago when so-called Obamacare, the Affordable Care Act came out, it included offering health care at healthcare.gov, the website. And whether you agree with those politics or not, it exists now. And many people who are getting themselves into debt are the underinsured or the uninsured. Speaking of being proactive, before you have a medical need at all, you should be looking at those websites and finding medical insurance that fits your budget. You can even get subsidies if you can't afford it, and find one with an out-of-pocket maximum that will cap out the year if you have something catastrophic happen, and that way keeps the debt down. Those that are underinsured or uninsured just haven't been proactive enough, in my book, to go out and find better coverage.
Shane, that is a crucial piece of advice, that as you're looking at health insurance, to find something with an out-of-pocket maximum. I can give you my own personal experience. We have pretty good coverage here at KSL, but I'll tell you, my wife had a catastrophic knee injury, tore every ligament, broke every bone, needed a full knee replacement. This was tens of thousands. I think it was $60,000, $70,000 in medical bills, but my out-of-pocket maximum was under $10,000, which, hurts, but it's not, I'm not paying that off for the next decade.
Right. And you have that coverage where it gives you a cap. And not only that, but a lot of folks feel like they have to pay everything. And again, even if they were underinsured, negotiating is always best. So I'm glad it worked out, and I hope she's healed as well.
Thanks, Shane.
I've read that medical debt can, certainly put people into bankruptcy, Shane. But Shane Stewart, by the way, a certified financial planner, often talks to us about financial deal issues. I mean, that's your wheelhouse. And with the city of New York excusing for giving $2 billion worth of medical debt for their residents there. I think a lot of people are worried that medical debt, like they're experiencing everywhere, can lead to bankruptcy. But my read of this is that that really can't be the reason anymore. Am I right about that? That medical debt does not push you into bankruptcy. Like, it doesn't go against your. I mean, it might push you into bankruptcy because you can't afford all your other debt. But how does that work in bankruptcy court?
Yeah, and you're right, Debbie. It shouldn't push you into bankruptcy anymore if you utilize the tools that are available. But some still stay underinsured or uninsured.
Oh, yeah.
They could be paying that $60,000 or $70,000 that Dave was referring to, and then they really are in trouble. But in bankruptcy court, they will take a look at all of a person's debt, including the medical debt, and many people have historically are pointed towards having to pay that 60 or 70 on that total knee replacement as part of the reason they can't pay any of their other bills. So it lines up that they are in trouble financially, including the medical debt.
Shane, thank you for joining us, certified financial planner with DMBA. And Debbie, just to make sure that people aren't like, I'm just going to sit back and not pay my bills because someone's going to forgive it. These organizations, some of these nonprofits, they do not address individual requests. They buy these portfolios, as I was describing, and it's almost the luck of the draw. So you
have to hope you're in a portfolio of medical debt that hasn't been paid.
And you probably have no idea whether or not your debt is in that portfolio. So it really is like winning the lottery that you didn't even buy a ticket to.
Next, making school mandatory again. I couldn't believe what one state is considering doing to get kids back to school. And we're talking like K through 12, right? We're not talking continuing school into college. We're talking K through 12 because absenteeism is such a big problem. And I've got the numbers. It is a huge problem here in Utah.
It's 10:30 at KSL News Radio. I'm Dan Bonas. KSL's top story this hour. And we have breaking news. Utah County authorities conducting a search and rescue operation near Tibble Fork in American Fork Canyon this morning. The woman they're looking for was last seen on Sunday. As we have more information on this, we'll pass that along. A 20-year-old man has been found dead after falling through the ice at Settlement Canyon Reservoir last night. Police are saying the man walked onto the ice with a woman who's also in her 20s. She fell through first just before 7 p.m. He got her out, but then fell in himself and went under the water. And they found his body just over 4 hours later.
They were approximately 2 feet off of the bank, but about 2 feet off the bank here at the reservoir where they were at, it drops to 10 feet very quickly.
That's Tooele Police Corporal Colby Bentley, who says the woman was taken to the hospital, and they're hoping she can make a full recovery. This comes almost a year after a teenage boy drowned at this same location. Our top national story this hour from ABC News. They say the House always wins, and that may be true, but it hasn't kept Americans from flocking to the nation's casinos. Here's ABC's Jim Ryan.
Gambling tends to rise and fall with the economy, with casinos taking a major hit during the 2008 recession and the pandemic. While industry officials say revenues have hit record highs in the past year, the gains have not been universal. Commercial gambling was down in Colorado, Michigan, and Oklahoma, among others.
Utah and Hawaii are the only states that prohibit all forms of gambling. Your money at this moment, the Dow Jones average up on the day right now, 38 points, while the NASDAQ has slipped 116 points right now. And our KSL weather, more sunshine and more haze with it. That's next. KSL News Time, 10:32.
It's a priority for us at this station to bring you all sides of a story and to talk about the news fairly, completely.
Get all the facts and be really aware. Utah's Morning News with us, Tim and Amanda.
Weekday mornings 5 to 9 on KSL News Radio.
Okay, so who has had this experience where you call someone out to your house to give you a bid and they say, I can have that knocked out in an hour. So the bid you get is for an hour's work. Well, those hourly bids can be difficult because what if it takes them a couple hours or 3 hours or they run into something? Well, then the bid means nothing because the invoice is much higher.
That's why I like Master Electrical's upfront pricing guarantee. The bid you get up front, there's no bones about it. That's the price you're going to pay when the job is done. And they do all kinds of work, any kind of electrical work. You name it, call Master Electrical. Like, Dave, maybe you need new recessed lighting in your living room that has no lights, or you're looking for an EV charger. Master Electrical is your go-to.
Yeah, they serve everyone from Logan to Santaquin, including for emergency services. So if you have that middle of the night, something happens, they can be there for you.
801-543-2222. Here's their number again, 801-543-2222. 2222.
Or, of course, he can check him out online at masterelectrical.com.
It's the Boat Show and Water Sports Expo.
Time to buy the boat of your dreams.
February 1st through the 4th at Mountain America Expo.
Great fun and shopping for the whole family.
The Boat Show is here, better climb aboard. Get your best deal and buy at the Boat Show.
Watch BMX pro riders jump and fly the ramps. Learn fly tying with fishing experts.
See hundreds of new surf boats, wake boats, ski boats, pontoons, fishing boats, cruisers, houseboats and shares, personal watercraft, marine accessories, trucks, and more.
Shop, compare, buy, and save on new boats and accessories.
Register to win a 5-day Alaskan fishing trip courtesy of RW Fishing.
ABC4 Utah and Utah's CW30 invites you to the most exciting boat buying event of the year, the Boat Show and Water Sports Expo, Thursday, February 1st through Sunday the 4th at Mountain America Expo in Sandy.
Buy tickets online and save $2 at utahboatshow.com.
The boat show is here, better climb aboard.
Are you looking to get a COVID-19 booster to stay healthy this cold and flu season? If you join the Beehive study, you'll have the chance to receive up to $550 for getting a booster and completing weekly COVID tests and brief surveys about your health. Don't want to get a COVID-19 booster? That's okay too. You can still join the Beehive study and receive up to $550 for completing the weekly COVID tests and surveys. Help advance research at the University of Utah while taking care of yourself this season. Call 801-203-0320 or email beehivestudy@utah.edu to learn more. You can also visit the study website at beehivestudy.com.
Traffic and weather together brought to you by Sinclair's Dino Pay app. Save up to 20 cents per gallon. Here's Len Thomas.
Well, Dan, I-80's working well on a sunny day either way, west or east. No delays, Twilla to the airport or up Harley Summit to Colville. I-15's all clear, but for a crash on the right shoulder at 80th South, minor slowing here. Advanced Window Products, high-efficiency windows, $2,500 off 10 windows or more for a limited time. AdvancedWindows.com. Len Thomas in the KSL Traffic Center.
KSL weather. High temperatures will be well above normal again today and tomorrow with diminished air quality. We could see showers move in Thursday night and Friday. And right now, we're at 45 degrees with sunshine. I'm Dan Bomas from the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios. Listen online at kslnewsradio.com. We're Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
Dave and Dujanovic, your morning companions for talk, analysis, and key perspectives on Utah's biggest stories on KSL News Radio.
We caught this article in the Deseret News to make schools mandatory again. And the D-News goes in depth on the issue, and it's a nationwide issue. We also know what's happening here in Utah. Chronic absenteeism from school is a growing issue across the United States. And I have the numbers for Utah, Dave. 27% of students were chronically absent from school in 2022.
More than a quarter?
I'm going to share with you. I'm passing you across the studio here. This is from the Utah State Board of Education. Chronically absent. Look at those rows right there. The first row. 27% in 2022. Chronically absent.
Up from 13? It's more than doubled?
In 2018.
That is incredible. That it feels like this is Ferris Bueller. This is Ferris Bueller all over again.
Bueller.
No one knows where he is.
Bueller.
Noriega.
Bueller.
Yeah, it's. I had no idea. We've talked to a few educators, and they've indicated that there was a problem. Again, 1 in 4 students. That is massive.
Well, now in some communities, like in Ohio, they're considering paying their kids to show up to school, like $25, $25. Because absenteeism has gotten so out of control there, it's $25.
Okay.
You get, $25 if you show up to class 9 out of 10 days over 2 weeks.
Ooh.
So that's $50 a month, right?
I like it.
And this applies to kindergartners. I think that's a little young. I think that's a little young to be paying a kindergartner. If that's the deal for a kindergartner.
They're rolling.
Yeah.
They're rolling in cash.
Through 9th grade. Now, it may seem cheap, but as you said, maybe they're really desperate.
Bueller.
To get these kids back to class.
Okay, so what's happening? What's going on, and what's happened in the last few years? Ben Horsley joins us right now from the Granite School District. Ben, you've indicated this in the past, but I'm looking at that 26% or 27% chronically absent. Are you seeing something similar?
Absolutely across the board. Sorry, I was finishing my Save Ferris poster there before I got on the line with you. Those numbers are fairly typical and it's across the board. Socioeconomics do not seem to play a role. It's in high economic communities and high poverty communities.
Well, we're reading this Deseret News article. They're quoting different, stats from different states, and there's a Republican lawmaker in Ohio who said they've just tried just about everything. They've tried pizza days, they've tried playground hours, and nothing seems to work. Kids not like pizza these days? I mean, we would knock each other out of the way if somebody said pizza day at school to be the first one to the pie. But does that not work anymore, Ben?
We actually have a number of initiatives running currently right now, actually a couple of schools competing with each other for those types of things to improve attendance. At the end of the day, though, a kid's not going to come to school without that pressure from their parents or without their parents kind of pushing them along to be there and take advantage of the opportunity that's in front of them.
It does sound like there's a lot of carrots out there. Do we need a little more Edward R. Rooney? A little more stick where the principal is, making the phone calls and tracking down and being more proactive on that side if a kid misses?
Well, juvenile justice reforms a few years ago got rid of the truancy referral to court for students who are chronically absent, and there was some well-intentioned effort behind that. We're trying to get that changed back. If we have provided an intervention for truancy, that we can then in fact refer to court, because that stick, as you've mentioned, there's lots of carrots, but there are no sticks anymore. There's been a number of bills, and then COVID just in turn made it worse, where frankly mandatory attendance in school is no longer a thing. And so parents are not being held responsible. After you used to get 7 absences, we used to send a letter and say, hey, by the way, this could be considered child neglect for not getting your kids to school. We want to work collaboratively with kids and families. We don't want to be punitive, but at the same time, our teachers are being held responsible for the outcomes of these students, and we can see a disparate outcome of several percentage points from students who are actively engaged in their education and their outcomes, and students who are chronically absent. So we're being held accountable for this, and those kids aren't present.
So
they can't learn if they're not present.
Ben Horsley with the Granite School District, we're talking to him about issues regarding chronic absenteeism, which is a huge issue here in Utah. It's an issue across the United States. Deseret News broke down what some states are doing. A state like Maine is doing walk a kid to school, to the bus stop, or somebody from the school is showing up and helping them get to their bus stop or to school. Ohio may be incentivizing with $25 cash rewards for kids who show up 9 out of 10 days. Would cash work? Is the district willing to consider that?
We don't have the funding for that, frankly. I don't know where we would get the revenue to be able to provide that type of cash incentive.
What kind of incentives can you offer? You said earlier that your schools are looking at different incentives. What are you thinking of offering, or what are you offering?
In terms of if those students who improve their attendance, a number of initiatives, or again, schools competing against each other with pizza parties for the class that might have the highest increase in terms of reduction in absenteeism, students who are consistently on time or show up or have the lowest amount of absences. A school might be able to afford buying them a donut. Those are the kind of things that we're looking at. And to some degree, they work for some students. They don't work for the most part of this, because at the end of the day, a lot of this is on the parents themselves.
Absolutely. Ben Horsley, thank you for joining us, Chief of Staff of the Granite School District.
I think there's more to this discussion. I think there's some kids that don't want to go to school because they're afraid of being bullied. I think there's some kids who maybe they're experiencing depression, and so they don't want to get out of bed. Maybe mom and dad go to work earlier in the morning, and there's nobody there to really make sure they're getting out of bed, and so they try to sleep off their depression. Having been in a state of depression in my lifetime, I can tell you it is hard to get out of bed. So if your child is suffering from that, I could see where they would just want to be like left alone in their room, and doesn't make it right, but that's the state of mind they're in. So you got bullying, you got depression, and I think you've brought this up many times. Perhaps it's just pure laziness.
And I don't think these are unique problems. These have been going on forever. There's always been bullying. There's always been laziness. There's always been anxiety. Maybe we didn't define it as well, anxiety and depression, in the past as we have now. But I think Ben hit it right on the head. You can't learn if you're not present. So we have to prioritize that. And whatever it takes, whatever hurdle we have to clear, we've got to figure out how to do it. And it sounds to me that the carrot is not getting the job done, that maybe the stick will.
Well, Ben also pointed out that this is on the parents largely. Parents need to make sure they're incentivizing their kids and making sure they're getting them to school, or making sure they're... How about even asking the questions like, do you even know where to start, mom and dad? If your kid is chronically absent, like where do you begin to kind of pry without pushing them away? Like, are you experiencing sad thoughts? Are you depressed? Are you afraid something bad is going to happen to you at school if you go there? Like, are you being bullied? Let's ask a psychologist, somebody who knows how to pose those questions to children, so we can start these conversations tonight at the dinner table with our own kids. Like, are you depressed? Are you afraid? Or how do you ask them, are you just being flat lazy? Next.
Dave and Dujanovic.
Here's a trick to podcasting at work and getting all the Utah news you love.
Download the KSL News Radio app.
The podcast for Utah's morning news and Dave and Debbie are right there. Dozens of podcasts a day.
That's the app for KSL News Radio.
The new year is here, and it's time to take advantage of Zero Res's best deal of the year. Carpets, tile, rugs, upholstery, basically every surface in your home can be Zero Resified. So it's time to call the cleaning pros at Zero Res. Don't forget your air ducts to help alleviate allergies or asthma. Enjoy less dust, lower energy bills, and your home will stay cleaner longer. Don't DIY it. Call Zero Res because you know it's safe and effective. Zero Res has a 4.8 rating on Google with over 3,300 reviews. The Zero Res Gotta Love It guarantee makes it easy to get what you pay for. Yeah, Zero Res absolutely stands behind every cleaning. Don't miss the best deal of the year. Get back to clean and get one room of carpet cleaning starting at just $25 per room by using promo code 25RM. Call Zero Res at 866-ZERO-RES or go online at ZeroRes.com and say you want the station special. Zero Res. Spell it backward or forwards. It spells the same.
As the new year begins, you and your credit card might be ready for a quiet break. Experience the relief of a low rate with the Mountain America credit card. With a 3% cash bonus on balance transfers, it's more relaxing than ever. Open a Mountain America credit card today for your limited time bonus. Details at macu.com/transfer. Loans and approved credit. Membership required based on eligibility. Offer can change or be withdrawn at any time. Terms, conditions, and restrictions apply.
We love hearing from people who have great experiences with soda weight loss like I have and like your daughter has, Tim.
Yeah, my daughter lost 42 pounds.
And I lost 34 pounds. And we heard from this wonderful young woman who's doing it with her mom.
What brought me to soda was that my mom was already doing it and she had joined and she wanted a partner in it. And I have a wedding coming up, so it seemed like a really great idea. And I wanted to, get myself in check, especially going into my 20th year.
And how fun would it be to do it with your mom?
Well, one of the great secrets of, and it's not so much a secret because we've talked a lot about it, but soda weight loss's success is because you have that partner. Doesn't have to be mom, doesn't have to be a member of the family.
Your nutritionist.
You have your nutritionist who is there every step of the way. They know where you've struggled. They know where you have succeeded, and they can help you make decisions every day along the way.
Hey, you want to win a year of soda weight loss for free and a $2,000 wardrobe makeover?
It's the Shape Up Showdown, and all you have to do to enter is email shapeup@sodaweightloss.com.
SOTA, soda stands for state of the art.
Don't let this warm weather fool you. We still got a lot of cold nights ahead of us. What's up, everybody? I'm Mike Wilson with Any Hour Services, and if you haven't scheduled your annual furnace tune-up yet, I got some good news for you. Normally, we charge $124 to tune up your furnace, but not today. If you call today, Tuesday, January 30th, and mention you heard this ad, we'll give you $95 off and tune up your furnace for only $29. You won't hear this ad tomorrow, so call Any Hour Services right now to schedule. 801-443-7400. A furnace tune-up is the least expensive way to extend the life of your furnace and avoid unexpected breakdowns. And our technicians service all brands. 801-443-7400. If it's more convenient, go to anyhourservices.com and look for the red button that says Book Online. Schedule your $29 tune-up there. That's a $124 value for only $29 if you get a hold of Any Hour Services today. Call 801-443-7400. You can Google Any Hour Services. You can even schedule online at anyhourservices.com.
Jeff Kaplan's Minute of News. We're committed to letting you know exactly what's going on. On our show, we're going to bring you up to speed on what's happening in the world to this moment. At the same time, the news can be really burdensome. It can leave you feeling a little bit depressed and even a little bit more depressed. My Minute of News is just a moment to lift you up. I'm blessed that KSL has given me the freedom to talk about whatever I want. Literally, it is my minute of news. Sometimes it's pegged to what's happening that very day. Sometimes it might be something bizarre that you didn't know happening somewhere else in the world. To make you smile for a moment, even on a difficult day, and make you realize the world is still spinning. I am so honored that so many people have appreciated and enjoy the Minute of News every afternoon.
Ride Home with Jeff Kaplan, weekdays 3 to 7 on KSL News Radio.
With the 3 things you need to know this hour, I'm Dan Bonas. First, a state legislator says a victim of sexual assault shouldn't have to take a polygraph test. Second, the Jazz couldn't overcome 147 points scored last night by the Brooklyn Nets. And third, a man who rescued a woman from the ice at Settlement Canyon Reservoir fell through himself and drowned. 39 degrees right now in Salt Lake City. And back to Dave and Dujanovic on KSL News Radio.
Dave and Dujanovic.
If your child is chronically absent from school, how can you get to the root of the issue? So we're going to ask psychologist Tom Golightly in just a moment from BYU. He's a clinical psychologist for the top 3 questions, how he would pose them to a child to get to the root of the issue.
I remember when I was going to school and watching this morph over the years. When I first started going to school, if you missed, you would get a call from the office. Not like some recording, hey, just so you know your child missed a day. No, in person, they would call and find out, hey, where was Dave today? And then it kind of went to the robocalls, and now I don't even know if they care. It reminds.
But your kids are in school.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you get robocalls now or machine calls or whatever they used to call?
Yeah. It's kind of a robocall. Anymore. It's hit and miss. There's times when I know full on they missed because I know they were home. I don't get a call. So it's kind of hit and miss. It never would have happened back in Ferris Bueller's day.
Then you are aware that your son is not in school today?
Yes, I am. Ferris is homesick.
So far this semester, he has been absent 9 times.
9 times?
9 times.
I don't remember him being sick 9 times.
That's probably because he wasn't sick. He was skipping school.
Now, what's going on? Are we allowing our kids to just buffalo us? You know, they're just not going and they have all the excuses in the world? Or are we dealing with some deeper, more serious issues?
I wanted to break this down into 3 categories, so I felt like it could be more manageable, Dr. Tom, for us to discuss. I look at it as 3 possibilities here. Maybe your child is depressed and you don't know how to approach them about that. Maybe they're afraid of a bully at school, and so they're using a fake illness to stay home. Or perhaps they are just lazy. So let's start with depression. How do you start that conversation, Dr. Tom, with your child if you suspect that maybe they're suffering from something more than just like, hey, they want to slough from school so they can stay home and watch movies all day long or play video games?
Right. Well, we all dreamed of the Ferris Bueller day. Let me just say that first of all. That sounded or looked amazing. But I think from the depression standpoint, I think what's really important is that it's not a one-time, one-off question. To have a dialogue about how their life is going in general and trying to be as involved as possible it can be really taxing on a parent because sometimes the child doesn't exactly want that involvement. But inviting that dialogue is going to be better than any just one-time conversation that you have. And another kind of caveat here is the tone and energy that you use is sometimes maybe a little bit more important than the wording. So if our child knows that you're fixing to lay the hammer down, you're not going to learn a whole lot about what's going on. So this has to be an open conversation where punishment isn't a threat, that they're safe, and it's like let's problem solve together, right? So I think especially from the depression standpoint, because you could hear something like they're coping. They're leaving school, going to their car, and doing something that maybe isn't congruent with your values to manage that depression, to manage that anxiety. So, we need to make it as safe a space as possible before we ask those questions. And I think a good starter for the conversation is, all right, tell me your 3 favorite things about your school day. Tell me your 3 pretty regular least favorite things about the school day. And then they can't say good, fine, it's okay, it's whatever. You get the meh answer. And so giving them kind of a task. But if you ask that question regularly, then they're looking for those things and they know they're going to have to say something at home. They might have something at the ready for you as you ask that question over and over again.
How about, I would assume that some of this, if they're fearful of being bullied, that some of those same tactics can be used.
Yes, absolutely. Bullying, I think, is one that I think it's hard. There's so much shame and embarrassment around it. Sometimes they don't even want to tell their loved ones, especially. But, another question that I might ask, PowerPoint nights are actually big. I don't know if you talk to your kids about this, but they'll hang out. Everyone creates a PowerPoint and they present on it. Using that, if we were having a PowerPoint night about school, what are the 3 big things that you would present as school being awesome, and what are the 3 things that you would present as school being a really tough place? And it might show up some of that, and it might not say I'm being bullied, but friendships or relationships, or I'm afraid, or I don't feel safe. Those types of things might show up in that, and it's kind of giving them something that the kids are doing a lot right now. But it's kind of meeting them where they're at and giving them an avenue to be able to kind of say, yeah, this is what's cool, and this is what I really dread about my day.
We figured out that our oldest was being bullied at school because she was constantly wanting to go to the office to be with her favorite secretary at the office.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I see that secretary from time to time now, and our kids are grown, and I just give her, I just love her because she was so protective. But that was a signal to me that something was awry at school for her, and because she was just wanting to spend more time in the front office than in her class, and it turned out that she was being bullied on the playground. So I think looking for those kind of off the wall, if you will, behaviors that are unusual for your child is another sign that they could be fearful of something going on at school. And when the office calls to say, or the teacher calls to say, hey, this is a little bit odd, or the behavior has changed, that's not an insult. That is literally a flag. It is a flag for you to, get involved if you get to the bottom of it. Dave has also pointed out that he's concerned that kids are just lazy with this chronic absentee we're seeing of 27%. I believe it was in 2022 here in the state of Utah. 27% chronic absenteeism. Is there some laziness baked in? And we have about 60 seconds, Dr. Tom, so the clock is ticking. Go for it.
Well, I think it's human nature to take the path of least resistance, and I know that as a teenager, I might have fallen into that at times, especially around math and science. But I think there is a little bit of that, and we have to kind of instill that work ethic and motivate in some ways. But I think asking just what are the most interesting parts of school and what are the worst or least interesting parts of school to you, as part of that dialogue is going to help kind of say, okay, well, you know what? We all show up for work as adults. There are tasks that I do at work that aren't my favorite, but it's work, and I do it, and I like my job enough that I'll do the tough parts and the boring parts so that I can get to the parts that I really like, and that's just part of learning how to engage work at all. So instilling that ethic in them can be helpful, but that question of interesting and least interesting, that's going to be an important thing to revisit from time to time throughout the school year.
I can't say I've ever heard of PowerPoint night before, but I kind of dig it now. Thanks for the suggestions. Tom Golightly is a clinical psychologist, works down at BYU. Thanks, Dr. Tom.
I like the way that he presented to the framing of the questions. What are your three favorite parts? What are your least favorite parts? Instead of like, are you being bullied?
No.
That
How you doing?
approach,
Fine.
Yeah, that approach, more open-ended. Straight ahead, Boyd Matheson walking into the studio with us to talk about what he anticipates could be the U.S. response after that drone strike in Jordan killed 3 Army reservists from the state of Georgia.
KSL FM Midvale.
KSL Salt Lake City.
From the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios, this is KSL News Radio.
Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
It's 11 o'clock at KSL News Radio. I'm Dan Bomas. KSL's top story this hour. Utah County authorities conducting a search and rescue operation near the Tibble Fork Reservoir in American Fork Canyon today. The 19-year-old woman they're looking for was last seen on Sunday. They found her car left behind in the parking lot. A bill that would require an adult to be present when a child is interrogated by police got the nod of approval in the Utah House of Representatives, at least to move forward. KSL News Radio's Eric Cabrera reports.
That bill's chief sponsor, Representative Marcia Judkins, told me in the Capitol hallway why she believes these changes are necessary.
For a minor to waive their constitutional right seemed a little extreme.
This bill, if it goes the distance, would require them to have one present, either in person or video call.
Kids were being interrogated and their parents didn't even know. And that's such a problem, right?
Judkins hopes it makes a difference, especially when 30% of Utah's false confessions are from people under 18. Reporting from Capitol Hill, Eric Cabrera, KSL News Radio.
Our top national story this hour. Much like Taylor Swift, you too can race to Las Vegas to see the Kansas City Chiefs play the San Francisco 49ers.
To prepare for her possible rush to Vegas, American Airlines is adding Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce-themed flights, going to and from Kansas City to Las Vegas. The flight numbers are associated with the couple, flight 1989, her birth year, and 87, his jersey number. This will be Kelce's third Super Bowl. Swift has been to 12 of his games, so it would make sense for her to be there. Her international tour starts back up on February 7th and ends on the 10th, so theoretically, she should be able to get some rest and make it to Las Vegas to see him play. Alexandria Bonilla, KSL News Radio.
And your money at this moment, the Dow Jones average up on the day right now, 44 points, while the NASDAQ is down right now, 137 points. And our KSL weather looks like more sunshine and more haze as well. That's next. KSL News Time, 11:02.
Here's a way to get breaking news updates anywhere you go.
At the store or in a work meeting, you can get breaking news on your phone.
You can quickly read it, swipe, or click for more. It's super discreet, super fast.
That's the app for KSL News Radio.
Hey, I'm Andy. If you don't know me, it's probably because I'm not famous. But I did start a men's grooming company called Harry's. The idea for Harry's came out of a frustrating experience I had buying razor blades. Most brands were overpriced, overdesigned, and out of touch. At Harry's, our approach is simple. Here's our secret. We make sharp, durable blades and sell them at honest prices for as low as $2 each. We care about quality so much that we do some crazy things, like buy a world-class German blade factory. Millions of guys have already made the switch to Harry's, so thank you if you're one of them. And if you're not, we hope you give us a try soon. Harry's is available online and in-store at a retailer near you. Get a $13 trial set for just $3 at harrys.com/news. That's harrys.com/news. Or check us out at your local Costco for a price you can't find anywhere else. Just look for the Chrome Razor with 13-blade refills at your local Costco. You can't miss it. Exclusive to Costco members.
If cabinets were a football team, Euromax cabinets would be the 1985 Bears, maybe the 1984 Niners. If cabinets were a basketball team, Euromax would be the 95-96 Bulls, maybe the 2016-2017 Warriors. If cabinets were a singer, Euromax cabinets would be Neil Diamond, rhinestones, sequins, and all. In fact, Neil Diamond was probably thinking about Euromax cabinets when he wrote and recorded Sweet Caroline. Max and Mike came together to start a cabinet company that brings the unique flair and style of Europe while keeping the craftsmanship and installation of America. Max moved here from Ukraine with years of European style, while Mike has 25 years of cabinet experience here in Utah. This is Hans Olsen, letting you know their service, style, and warranties are unmatched. They can help you design a kitchen to be the talk of the neighborhood. Their showroom's in Pleasant Grove, and you can see their world-class design by going to EuromaxFurniture.com. That's EuromaxFurniture.com. Euromax, built for you.
It's the Boat Show, February 1st through the 4th at Mountain America Expo.
Save $2 at UtahBoatShow.com.
The Boat Show, fun for the whole family.
Derek Overstreet, founder of the New Millennium Group. We're a financial planning firm. Listen, we're fiduciaries. We have advisors standing by right now to take your call. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370. The reason you're going to want to call is we're going to help you retire 3 to 5 years before you thought possible. Now, imagine how that would be if you could actually retire 3 to 5 years sooner than your plan was. The way we do this is by putting together a step-by-step plan, taking into consideration any rental properties that you have, any pension income that you have, your Social Security. Listen, we put that all together for you in writing. It will allow us to build your income based on inflation. You know, inflation has been rapidly rising. You and I both need a plan that whatever we start out our income at, in 5 or 10 years, we're going to need 40% more income. So if you're one of those people listening and you'd like a plan in writing, give us a call at 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370, or go to utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Traffic and weather together brought to you by Sinclair's Dino Pay app. Save up to 20 cents per gallon. And here's Ricky Meese.
Looks like crews have cleaned up the accident on the exit ramp from southbound I-15 at 6 North. And we also have workers out in force at the bottom of the off-ramp from southbound I-15 at 114th South, so watch for them. Salt Lake Magazine calls Swan Lake breathtaking, featuring the timeless music of Tchaikovsky, performed live with the Ballet West Orchestra February 9th through the 17th. Buy tickets at balletwest.org. Ricky Meese in the KSL Traffic Center.
Our KSL weather, high temperatures well above normal again today and tomorrow with diminished air quality. We could get up to 56 by tomorrow. Then we could see showers move in Thursday night and Friday. And right now, 46 degrees and sunny. I'm Dan Bomas from the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios. Listen online at kslnewsradio.com. We're Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
Dave and Dujanovic, your morning companions for talk, analysis, and key perspectives on Utah's biggest stories on KSL News Radio. Dave and Dujanovic have inside sources.
We've just got word, CNN is posting this, I'm sure other news organizations are as well, that President Biden has announced that he has decided how he will respond to a drone attack in Jordan that killed 3 American Army reservists. It was in a remote outpost area. Appears that, Dave, you had some information on this earlier about the drone, that perhaps it was allowed to slip through under the guise that it was an American drone.
Yeah, I was reading in the New York Times, and it was talking about this drone as it was coming in. They weren't able to identify whether or not it was a friendly or an enemy. So it got through and hit the base, killed 3 Americans.
From Georgia. They were Army reservists out of the state of Georgia, sent over to Jordan to help set up some camps and some areas, areas that they need. They're like a specialty crew in that regard. We're just gathering more information on that, and waiting to see what Boyd's take is on this development in the situation in Jordan. We also have some breaking news as well on the local front. Salt Lake County District Attorney and also Salt Lake County Sheriff Rosie Rivera now stepping up to the microphone at a news conference regarding a homicide. It's just an absolutely brutal homicide just after the first of the year on January 4th at a massage parlor where a Chinese immigrant was working alone. They promised there'd been some developing details on that, Dave.
Yeah, and here's Salt Lake County District Attorney Sim Gill.
Incident. They arrived at that time and to the A-plus massage. The responding officers at that time observed a middle-aged female, later identified as Yuping Zhao, laying on the floor on her back, saturated in blood. Yuping had a left arm out from her body and a large deep laceration located on her left bicep. Yuping's right arm was covering her face. There was a large pool of blood around the body as well as blood around the scene. Yuping was deceased at that time. The detectives at that time who engaged in this investigation reviewed and viewed surveillance business near the A-Plus Massage, and at that time identified a male in a wheelchair arriving at the parlor on January 4th at approximately 1230 hours, and then subsequently leaving at 1425 hours. The footage shows the male at that time in the wheelchair had only one leg. As the investigation continued, the investigators collected from the scene some evidence and sent that to lab for testing. The items included underwear believing to belong to Yuping, Band-Aids near her body, towels, and significant bloodstain evidence that was swabbed and collected. A DNA profile from a single male contributor was located on the human blood stain E from Yuping's underwear, a human blood stain from a Band-Aid, swabs from inside of Band-Aid, and swabs from untied knots, areas of strings. Swabs from a towel, human blood stain from towel, and swabs from right fingernail clippings from Yuping. The DNA profile was entered into the National DNA System, NDIS, and the Combined DNA Index System, CODIS databases. A match was made and returned to Stephen Chance Brinkerhoff, who matched the person arriving and leaving A-Plus Massage on January 4, 2024, on the video surveillance, including that he also had only one leg. Detectives continued their investigation, and through there, they were able to identify that cell phone data placed Brinkerhoff in the area of A-Plus Massage on the day of the incident. Additionally, Brinkerhoff had made contact via text messages to Yuping prior to the incident. Dr. Jacob Donnelly from the Utah State Office of the Medical Examiner conducted an autopsy on Yuping Zhao. Dr. Donnelly noted approximately 56 stab wounds to Yuping's body. Yuping had stab wounds to her back, neck, shoulder, arms, knee, and head. 2 small slice marks were also located on Yuping's finger. On Yuping's right ankle were multiple small prick marks along with a small superficial slice-like marks, and 2 areas where it appeared to be a small chunk of skin had been removed. As a part of our filing, we also learned that the defendant had fled back to California, and I'm going to let the sheriff talk about that. And at that time, we, based on the materials that we were able to gather today, this morning, the Salt Lake County DA's office, in conjunction with the UPD Police Department, filed 1 count of murder, a first-degree felony. And at this time, Sheriff, I'll let you talk about the investigation and the suspect moving.
Okay, thank you. This was a really brutal crime, and when our officers responded on January 4th, they knew immediately that this was going to take a lot of work to find this individual. And I just want to thank all of the work that has been put into this, from the initial officer to the violent crimes detectives that responded to the major crimes unit, the special victims unit, and our forensics unit, that all responded and played such a huge part in apprehending this individual so quickly. And when I say quickly, some of these types of crimes take a very long time to get somebody into custody. So just wanted to comment on that. We did receive information that this individual was in California, and we worked with our federal partners, HSI and the U.S. Marshal's Office, to locate this individual and take him into custody. He is there now awaiting extradition to come back here and go through the process. Just wanted to say about our community, our Midvale community, these type of cases take a toll on our community, and we wanted to make sure that we did this press conference today to let the community know that there is someone in custody on this case, and just to bring them a little bit of relief, knowing that this case has moved forward to this extent. And I'll be available for questions after. We just wanted to make sure that you were aware that also Mayor Stevenson from Midvale is here as well, and he's going to say a couple words.
Well, this kind of event can really instill a lot of fear in a community, and that's exactly what we saw in Midvale. And so for me, I just want to quickly thank all of the detectives from Unified Police Department, thank the Sheriff's Office, the DA's office, who are doing everything they can to bring safety and comfort to our residents. I know it's been a lot of work, and just want to thank you for that.
And let me just end by saying, just reiterate what the sheriff said. I want to again commend the actions of the VCU unit, the homicide detectives who worked on it. As this case initially, as I said, happened in January 4th, they were in contact with our office, we were in contact with them, and this was just some excellent police work. And they stuck with it, they followed the leads and did a remarkable job. And I want to, again, just acknowledge and thank them for the great job that they did, Sheriff. At this time, we will take some limited questions, and then we'll be available after that. Yeah. Go ahead.
Sheriff, can either of you talk about possible motive here? I mean, the details of the PC it almost sounds like a torture killing. And so why was this guy in Salt Lake?
That's a reporter at this news conference regarding the arrest of an individual and the murder of a woman who was working in a massage parlor
I'm the limit on what
Midvale,
we can talk because,
asking
like I said,
the question about a motive.
And we wanted to lay out the basis of our probable cause and the filing of charges. Suffice it to say that the investigators did a remarkable job of both identifying and what we were able to establish as we stay in our probable cause statement, that there was contact that occurred between the alleged defendant and the victim in this matter. That contact was confirmed that through text messages, as we say in our probable cause statement. And then as to the more further details, those will come in through as the process moves forward in our criminal prosecution.
Obviously, saying that Ringroff had made contact via text messages with Yuping prior to this incident. Do we know how long they had been in contact with each other? Do we know if the suspect here had visited this?
A reporter asking if they'd been in contact before.
Again, we're not going to go into the specifics of what may be presented as evidence at trial, but I think what we can say with a certain level of confidence, and that's what we included in our probable cause statement, that it was important that this to recognize this was not just some speculative assumption on part of the investigative team. As we lay out, there was a DNA profile that tied that person, and through that they were able to identify through the phone and text messages of that contact. So there was not only his physical presence there, alleged to be there, as well as some text messages that showed that there was communication that was occurring with them. And at this time, we would just limit ourselves to saying that we established that contact, both through the forensic evidence that was collected at the scene, as well as electronic evidence that shows the connection between the two parties, that this was not just an accidental meeting. Yes?
I'm wondering if in the investigation there were any links tied to organized crime like human trafficking or that sort of thing. I'm just looking at the details.
Go ahead, please.
That kind of information is tough to say right now because we're still investigating this. I mean, we have enough to file a charge, but there's still a lot going on with the investigation, so I can't say one way or another right now, but those are things that we do look at when we're investigating cases like this.
Can you say why he was arrested in California? Was it on a different charge, or did you send out info after being in Culver City to pick him up?
Yes, we worked with the U.S. Marshal's Office and HSI to apprehend him there on our case. So that's where he was located and booked into jail there, and he's waiting extradition now. I can't comment on that as well. You know, like I said, this still is an ongoing case. So.
You know, 56 stab wounds that's pretty brutal. I mean, and I think you guys touched on the difficulty in investigating this, not just, you know, obviously.
And a reporter now asking about the injuries to the victim, stabbed multiple times on January 4th.
That's incredibly difficult, especially usually it's your patrol officers, who get that 911 call and respond, and it's very traumatic for everybody involved, also her family. And we do the best that we can do to train our folks on how to deal with these type of cases, but it's, we're human. And it's not only difficult for that patrol officer, but as the investigation moves forward in our forensics units. And it's a very brutal crime. What I can tell you, though, we knew from the start how brutal it was, and we had to do everything we could to get this person off the street to keep our community safe. And that's what they did. They worked hours and hours of investigation to make this happen. Our investigators communicate with the family as we move along, yes. So. Yes, that's included. I think Sim did read that off, his criminal, and that will go out to you as well. There's some criminal history there. Okay.
A reporter asking about the criminal history of 39-year-old Stephen Chance Brinkerhoff, who's in custody in California in connection with the murder of Zhujing Zhao, a 45-year-old woman, a Chinese immigrant, according
My
to
understanding that he does not live here.
Previous stories and reports on it, who was working alone at A+ Massage on right about 75th South and State Street. January 4th, the district attorney, Sim Gill, alleges that a man showed up in a wheelchair with one leg at about 12:30 in the afternoon, was caught on surveillance video from neighboring businesses going into A+ Massage there on near State Street in about 7444 South is the exact address, staying in there for almost 2 hours, Dave. And the video shows that he had one leg. And also it appears that they were able to enter a tremendous amount of evidence from the scene where she was stabbed multiple times into a national database that can match DNA. And I'm going to go on a limb here and say likely because of what they just cited was criminal history. His DNA already existed in that what's called CODIS database, and they were able to hit on a match and track him down in California, where they now have him in custody, and he's awaiting extradition.
When you were describing the stabbings, 56 stab wounds they found, they also established that there had been some sort of communication between both Yuping Zhao and this man. Previously, it sounds like they had exchanged text messages. They didn't go into detail of how far that goes back.
This was so concerning for obvious reasons, not only to solve the murder of this 45-year-old woman, Zhujing Zhao, in that massage parlor on January 4th, but they also sounded the alarm and let people in the area know, don't work alone. If you see anything suspicious, please report it to law enforcement. Well, now police say they have their suspect in custody. We'll break down the latest on this developing story in 3 minutes.
Dave and Dujanovic. A lot of us are filling our workdays with podcasts.
When you're working, go to KSLNewsRadio.com.
Click on Dave and Debbie's podcast and pick a topic and story length.
Podcast with Dave and Debbie. Then get to work with KSL News Radio.
Meet Aileen.
Hello.
Aileen suffers from FOMO.
Fear of missing out.
Missing out on her favorite KSL shows.
I really do.
Fear not, Aileen. Just bring up the podcast page at KSLNewsRadio.com. Utah's morning news, Dave and Debbie, Boyd Matheson, and Jeff Kaplan are all there. Plus BYU Cougar podcasts, the movie show, and more.
No more FOMO?
No more FOMO. When you can't listen live, we have you covered at KSLNewsRadio.com.
Do you enjoy fishing, hunting, or just soaking in the beautiful outdoors? Then check out the KSL Outdoor Show, airing Saturdays at 6:30 p.m. and midnight on KSL 5 TV. Outdoors with Adam Eagle is a unique show that takes viewers on a journey through Utah's beautiful backcountry. Watch it live every weekend or find the KSL Outdoor Show on YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram. It's the KSL Outdoor Show, brought to you by Camp Chef.
Any Hour Services can help you make sure your furnace keeps you warm this winter. Whether you need a tune-up, a repair, or a second opinion about replacing it, call Any Hour Services or visit anyhourservices.com.
I always wanted to learn Spanish, but I never thought I'd have the time. Then I discovered Babbel.
Babbel's lessons are fun. They only take like 10 or 15 minutes, and in 3 weeks, presto, you're starting to speak another language, like magic.
I love that Babbel's lessons aren't just robots talking. They're voiced by native speakers, so you get the pronunciation just right.
If you want to learn a language, there's no faster, easier, better way than
Babbel.
Babbel.
Babbel. Go to Babbel.com and start learning a new language today. That's BABBEL.com.
I always wanted to learn Spanish, but I never thought I'd have the time. Then I discovered Babbel.
Babbel's lessons are fun. They only take like 10 or 15 minutes, and in 3 weeks, presto, you're starting to speak another language, like magic.
I love that Babbel's lessons aren't just robots talking. They're voiced by native speakers, so you get the pronunciation just right.
If you want to learn a language, there's no faster, easier, better way than
Babbel.
Babbel.
Babbel. Go to Babbel.com and start learning a new language today. That's BABBEL.com.
Hi, this is Doug Wright, and we all loved and grew up with the game. Now you're going to love the show. It's on the stage at Hale Center Theater right now, and it's called Clue. It is so funny, so clever, and I've got to tell you this. I love plays that include slow motion scenes, I'm not kidding you, and even rewind scenes. And if you're looking for the best death scene ever witnessed on the stage, it's waiting for you right now at Hale Center Theater in Clue. But there's so much more coming up in the 2024 season, and that includes Fiddler on the Roof, that's coming up next, Sound of Music, May We All, a country musical, The Time Machine, The Nutty Professor, Aladdin, The Magician's Elephant, and Beauty and the Beast. It's going to be a great season at Hale Center Theater. Go to hct.org to get your season tickets, individual tickets, and of course, gift cards.
Don't let this warm weather fool you. We still got a lot of cold nights ahead of us. What's up, everybody? I'm Mike Wilson with Any Hour Services, and if you haven't scheduled your annual furnace tune-up yet, I got some good news for you. Normally, we charge $124 to tune up your furnace, but not today. If you call today, Tuesday, January 30th, and mention you heard this ad, we'll give you $95 off and tune up your furnace for only $29. You won't hear this ad tomorrow, so call Any Hour Services right now to schedule. 801-443-7400. A furnace tune-up is the least expensive way to extend the life of your furnace and avoid unexpected breakdowns. And our technicians service all brands. 801-443-7400. If it's more convenient, go to anyhourservices.com and look for the red button that says Book Online. Schedule your $29 tune-up there. That's a $124 value for only $29. If you get a hold of Any Hour Services today, call 801-443-7400. You can Google Any Hour Services. You can even schedule online at anyhourservices.com.
With the three things you need to know this hour, I'm Dan Bomas. First, a bill in the Utah legislature would require a trusted adult to be present when minors are questioned by police. Second, mountain lions have been turning up more frequently in some foothill neighborhoods. And third, airlines are offering flights named for Travis and Taylor for travelers headed to the Super Bowl. Right now, 46 degrees and sunny in Salt Lake City. And back to Dave and Dujanovic on KSL News Radio.
We've been tracking a developing story here at KSL News Radio in a press conference that was conducted by District Attorney Sim Gill and also Salt Lake County Sheriff Rosie Rivera, announcing the arrest of a 39-year-old man from Redondo Beach, California, Stephen Chance Brinkerhoff, in connection with the brutal stabbing death of Zhijing Zhao. She's a 45-year-old working at A+ Massage on about 74th and State on January 4th. And the suspect, accused of murder, stabbing her multiple times, left a trail of significant clues for police. Digital evidence in text messages, DNA evidence that they were able to put into a national database and get a match. and also video evidence of him in a wheelchair, according to police, wheeling his wheelchair into the massage parlor and staying in there for 2 hours, according to surveillance in the area, Dave.
Here's Sheriff Rosie Rivera.
This was a really brutal crime, and when our officers responded on January 4th, they knew immediately that this was going to take a lot of work.
The brutality of it was absolutely described by District Attorney Sim Gill and Sheriff Rivera. 56 stab wounds. They had communication beforehand. They noted that there had been some text messages. They pointed out that this did not seem to be something that was random, that they did know that the two had been in communication, at least in some way.
What we don't know yet is a motive. It's a brutal murder. A 45-year-old woman described in news articles as a Chinese immigrant lost her life to just a horrific crime right after the first of the year, right after the calendar turned to 2024, and it scared a lot of local business owners in that area. In fact, law enforcement told business owners in that area to, if you see something, please say something, report it. Be certain that if you're not working alone, and if you are, be conscientious. This individual was tracked down. The sheriff said they used the help of the U.S. Marshals Service to bring this person into custody. Stephen Chance Brinkerhoff, my understanding is, in listening to the news conference, he does have a criminal history. We're looking into more details on what his criminal history was, and he is currently awaiting extradition in California to return to face a first-degree murder charge here in Utah.
It's 11:31 at KSL News Radio. I'm Dan Bomas, and KSL's top local story this hour. We have breaking news. A suspect in the murder of a woman at a massage parlor in Midvale has been arrested in California. Stephen Chance Brinkerhoff facing a murder charge just filed today in the death of Yuping Zhao, whose body was found at A-Plus Massage on State Street. Salt Lake County District Attorney Sim Gill says police linked Brinkerhoff to the crime using forensic evidence found at the scene, as well as text message records. The warm weather could be a contributor to increased cougar sightings in eastern Salt Lake County. Darren DeBluce with the Utah Division of Wildlife Resources says cougars often follow deer herds.
It may make it a little bit harder to hunt, and so cougars are ranging a little bit further, if that makes sense. So they've got to go a little bit further to find a deer.
DeBluce says also less snow on the ground can attract animals since it's easier to get around and hunt. He encourages people living in the foothills to limit vegetation that attracts deer and not let their pets out alone during sunrise and sunset. Our top national story this hour from ABC News. Early this morning, Israel's defense forces carried out a very brazen and dramatic operation, and one that's also raising legal questions since it played out at a hospital in the West Bank. ABC's Jordana Miller reports from Jerusalem.
Dressed as a doctor, a patient in a wheelchair, and parents with a newborn, Israeli commandos in disguise sneaking into the Ibn Sina hospital in Jenin just before dawn. Witnesses say they entered a hospital room on the 3rd floor, shooting dead 3 Palestinians in their sleep. Hamas and Islamic Jihad later claiming them as members. The Israeli army says the 3 terrorists were hiding in the hospital, planning a large-scale killing and kidnapping attack on a West Bank Jewish settlement. Jordana Miller, ABC News, Jerusalem.
Your money at this moment, the Dow Jones average up on the day right now, 99 points, while the NASDAQ is down 106 points at this hour. And our KSL weather is next. We're going to see more warm temperatures and more haze. That's coming up. KSL News Time, 11:33.
News doesn't just mean information or dates.
It's the story of our local history being told in real time.
Be a part of the story. This is Tim Hughes and Amanda Dixon.
We hope to be a part of your story. We have you covered on KSL News Radio.
Have you heard of IRS Tax Code Section 1.408A-4? It sounds complicated, But it's a simple tax law thousands of Utah families are using to lock in lower tax bills when they retire. If you've saved at least $200,000 for retirement, and some of this money is in an IRA or 401k, it could save you tens of thousands, maybe even hundreds of thousands of dollars in future tax bills. You can find out how much you could save by requesting a free and confidential retirement tax savings analysis. It's from Boss Retirement Solutions, a 5-time winner of Utah's Best of State Award. For your free retirement tax analysis, call 801-896-9622. 801-896-9622. That's 801-896-9622.
Advisory services offered through Boss Retirement Advisors, an SEC-registered investment advisory firm. Insurance products and services offered through Boss Retirement Solutions.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-859-3220. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 to 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-859-3220. That's 800-859-3220 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-859-3220. 800-859-3220.
In order for small businesses to thrive, they need to be smart, efficient, savvy, staying ahead of the market at every turn, finding ways to do more with less, and taking advantage of every opportunity that comes their way. That's why Comcast Business is introducing the Small Business Bonus. For a limited time, you can get up to a $1,000 prepaid card when you switch to Comcast Business, the company with the largest, fastest, reliable network. So if you're a small business owner, don't wait. Call or go online to learn about the $1,000 bonus today.
Give your business a head start in 2024. Get started with fast speeds and advanced security for $49.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Call or go online to switch today. Ends 2/21/24. Restrictions apply. New customers only with 50 megabits per second internet and security edge. EcoBill and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Prepaid card offer requires premium internet.
Visit the contest page on KSLNewsRadio.com. This week, win tickets to the Utah Sportsman's Vacation and RV Show, February 15th through the 18th. Or win tickets to the Crossroads of the West Gun Show, February 10th and 11th in Sandy. Plus, win tickets to see the Utah Symphony perform Prokofiev's Violin Concerto, February 2nd and 3rd at Abravanel Hall. Text the word contest to 57500 or go to KSLNewsRadio.com/contests.
Traffic and weather together brought to you by Sinclair's DinoPay app. Save up to 20 cents per gallon. Here's Ricky Meese.
We have a portion of a road closure in South Jordan, 104th South, South Jordan Parkway near 3200 West through Thursday due to a water main repair. Also, possible police activity could impact traffic in Stansbury Park on the corner of Winchester Drive in Tooele County. With fresh snow comes fresh deals at Murdoch Chevrolet. Right now, lease a 2024 Silverado 1500 for only $399 per month. Ricky Meese in the KSL Traffic Center.
KSL weather, high temperatures once again well above normal today and tomorrow with diminished air quality, and we could see showers move in Thursday night and Friday. 46 degrees and sunny right now. I'm Dan Bomas from the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios. Listen online at KSLNewsRadio.com. We're Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
Dave and Dujanovic, your morning companions for talk, analysis, and key perspectives on Utah's biggest stories on KSL News Radio.
We just got word of a critical turn of events. The arrest of a 39-year-old man out of Redondo Beach, California, in connection with the brutal homicide stabbing of 45-year-old Zhuping Zhao, who was at A+ Massage in Midvale. She was at work when the DA alleged just moments ago in a news conference. Brinkerhoff is caught on surveillance video in his wheelchair approaching the massage parlor at about 12:30 on January 4th, stays in there for about 2 hours. And then later that evening is when police were notified about Xu Ping's body being in the massage parlor. So they have a mound of evidence that is mounting against this individual suspect. And in a few minutes, I've just reached out to District Attorney Sim Gill. Dave, he will be joining us live to talk about this case.
And I will be very interested to see how they were able to track this individual down. He's in California right now, waiting to be extradited to Utah.
While we wait for that phone call, you'll hear it here in about 10 minutes from now. With the latest on this case, and quite frankly, it caused fear in the community. She was working alone at the time, and law enforcement had issued information about this murder, saying, "Hey, look, be cautious. They're still investigating it. Now they know who the suspect is, but in the meantime, it was concerning to business owners in the area of Midvale. So this arrest is a huge development. I look forward to talking to District Attorney Sim Gill in just a few moments about it. And while we wait for that conversation, I wanted to follow up with a listener question. You know, we have our text line at 57500, and we get lots of questions from listeners during our conversation yesterday about being victimized by AI and what happened to Taylor Swift when fake photos of her nude and compromising photos, circulated on social media, especially the platform X. One of our listeners texted in and said, "So tell me now, what are the dangers of uploading photos of my own kids online?"
The dangers are clear. Earl Foote joins us from CEO Nexus IT. And Earl, we reach out to you to kind of shed some light to some of these concerns. But should we be concerned about the photos that we're uploading, that we're posting on social media?
Certainly. Dave and Deb, thanks for the invitation to join you this morning. And I think this is a really important topic. I mean, I am a parent. My children are all adults now, but they were minors at one point, and at some point they'll have children of their own. And this is a significant consideration for parents and certainly for minors. It's alarming. It's disturbing. And it's definitely, one of the very ugly cases of how AI can potentially be used to create deep fakes, creating nude photos or videos of people without their authorization. I guess, some of the good news is that, recent studies show that about 95% of all deep fake videos and images that are created of celebrities and not of, the random populace. But that doesn't mean that it doesn't happen. I mean, we talked about this last fall and an incident in New Jersey with a 14-year-old schoolgirl and boys in the school who had created, some deep fake nudes of her with pictures from social media. And so, yes, it's an absolute risk. And certainly, I believe that it's something that parents should begin to educate, their minor children about once they determine together that it's time for that child to have access to social media. And they should talk about healthy social media practices, which for me include, minors should not be sharing any content with public audiences. And candidly, in my opinion, parents shouldn't be sharing images or videos of their children to public audiences either. In today's world, there's just too many risks involved with that. So my recommendation is that parents and minors use the functions within social media applications to narrow down the group that they're sharing content with to close friends and families that they know and trust. So, in Instagram, that's called close friends. In Facebook, there's, privacy settings, in order to do that in TikTok. And I know TikTok, all the viral videos of the young, minors doing silly dances and stuff like that. But there's just too much risk and too much exposure, particularly to, predatory people and behavior online. So again, my recommendation is don't share minor content, whether it's the minor or the parent. Don't share it in public forums. Share it with very exclusive groups of people that you've refined your content down to, and only with that group, so that you don't run the risk of the content falling into the wrong hands.
Earl, thank you. That's such great advice. Earl Foote is the CEO of Nexus IT. Thanks, Earl.
A very simple answer, but maybe a hard one for some people to hear. So one listener asked us this question in light of what's happened to Taylor Swift and AI, altered fake nude photos of her circulating all over social media for several days. What are the dangers of uploading photos of our kids? A listener texted us that question. Straightforward and simple. Don't do it. If you do it to a very refined audience.
And I hear that,
trust.
and that certainly is some excellent advice. I'm also afraid, though, you could lock yourself in your house and never get in a car wreck, right? If you never left, there are certain amounts of risk that we are willing to take. Are we going to live in fear and not share any videos or photos, or be so concerned that something might happen? Well, unfortunately to me, I think this is kind of the risk of the world that we live in right now. And I'm not sure I'm going to shut down, although I could, if that's a concern of yours, if you think that's a real threat, fully endorse, go ahead, set the privacy settings. But boy, that's a scary thing to think that's what we've gone to. We have to move to absolutely restricting all social media.
Next, District Attorney Sim Gale just making this major announcement that there's been a big break in a January 4th homicide in Midvale. A California man has been taken into custody in connection with this murder. DA Gale calling us in 3 minutes.
Dave and Dujanovic.
You know KSL is the only news radio for your car, right?
The only news radio for your smart speaker.
Come here in the morning. It's the latest news and traffic. In the afternoon, news and updated weather.
We have you covered at KSL News Radio.
The new year is here, and it's time to take advantage of Zerorez's best deal of the year. Carpets, tile, rugs, upholstery, basically every surface in your home can be Zeroresified. So it's time to call the cleaning pros at Zerorez. Don't forget your air ducts to help alleviate allergies or asthma. Enjoy less dust, lower energy bills, and your home will stay cleaner longer. Don't DIY it. Call Zerorez because you know it's safe and effective. Zerorez has a 4.8 rating on Google with over 3,300 reviews. The Zerorez Gotta Love It guarantee makes it easy to get what you pay for. Yeah, Zerorez absolutely stands behind every cleaning. Don't miss the best deal of the year. Get back to clean and get one room of carpet cleaning starting at just $25 per room by using promo code 25RM. Call Zerorez at 866-ZEROREZ or go online at Zerorez.com and say you want the station special. Zerorez. Spell it backward or forwards. It spells the same.
Hey, I'm Andy. If you don't know me, it's probably because I'm not famous. But I did start a men's grooming company called Harry's. The idea for Harry's came out of a frustrating experience I had buying razor blades. Most brands were overpriced, overdesigned, and out of touch. At Harry's, our approach is simple. Here's our secret. We make sharp, durable blades and sell them at honest prices for as low as $2 each. We care about quality so much that we do some crazy things, like buy a world-class German blade factory. Millions of guys have already made the switch to Harry's, so thank you if you're one of them. And if you're not, we hope you give us a try soon. Harry's is available online and in-store at a retailer near you. Get a $13 trial set for just $3 at harrys.com/quality. That's harrys.com/quality. Or check us out at your local Costco for a price you can't find anywhere else. Just look for the Chrome Razor with 13-blade refills at your local Costco. You can't miss it. Exclusive to Costco members.
Don't let this warm weather fool you. We still got a lot of cold nights ahead of us. What's up, everybody? I'm Mike Wilson with Any Hour Services, and if you haven't scheduled your annual furnace tune-up yet, I got some good news for you. Normally, we charge $124 to tune up your furnace, but not today. If you call today, Tuesday, January 30th, and mention you heard this ad, we'll give you $95 off and tune up your furnace for only $29. You won't hear this ad tomorrow, so call Any Hour Services right now to schedule. 801-443-7400. A furnace tune-up is the least expensive way to extend the life of your furnace and avoid unexpected breakdowns. And our technicians service all brands. 801-443-7400. If it's more convenient, go to anyhourservices.com and look for the red button that says Book Online. Schedule your $29 tune-up there. That's a $124 value for only $29 if you get a hold of Any Hour Services today. Call 801-443-7400. You can Google Any Hour Services. You can even schedule online at anyhourservices.com.
This is Derek Miller speaking on business. Stratus Creative Marketing is a women-owned business dedicated to making your social media marketing work for you. Founder and CEO Julia Block-Pearson joins us with more.
9 times out of 10, business owners tell me they hate social media marketing. They don't know if it's an effective use of their time and feel pressure to do more than what they have capacity for. That's why at Stratos, we're on a mission to improve entrepreneurs' relationships with their business social media. While most of our work is done for you content, because honestly, people don't want to have to think about their social, we've recently developed a DIY social club for service-based businesses and nonprofits who know they need something for social, but don't have the ability to pay an agency to do it for them. Our club membership includes monthly fill-in-the-blank captions and editable graphics, so each member can make the post their own. Club members are then able to create their monthly social content in one sitting, confident that they are showing up on social how they want to.
Whether it's content creation, captions, or lead generation, Stratos Creative Marketing is here to address your unique social media needs. Learn more at their website. I'm Derek Miller with the Salt Lake Chamber, speaking on business.
Dave, and Dujanovic.
We're getting new information on the arrest and the criminal charge that a California man now faces in the murder of a 45-year-old worker at a massage parlor in Midvale. Zhuping Zhao was murdered on January 4th. Police announcing just a few moments ago, actually Salt Lake County Sheriff Rosie Rivera and District Attorney Sim Gill, that they have a suspect in custody. He's 39 years old. And Dave, I've just gotten a copy of the court documents, and we now have more information on his criminal history, mainly in California. Possession of a dangerous weapon, assault on a peace officer. So assault on a police officer, essentially. Fighting in public, drugs, possession of stolen property, violation of a court order to prevent domestic violence. And that's not all.
We just learned that this man was arrested on January 19th outside of a massage parlor in California.
District Attorney Sim Gill, my goodness, outside of a massage parlor, and here in Utah, he's accused of murdering Zhuping Zhao inside a massage parlor. Was the arrest in front of that massage parlor in California on January 19th in connection with Zhao's murder here?
Well, he certainly, as we stated in our probable cause statement, that he was a person of interest and a suspect. As we laid out that at this homicide scene, we were able to gather from the scene DNA profile, which we entered into the National DNA Index and the Combined DNA Index, and we got a hit on Steve Chance Brinkerhoff, and he matched that, and then subsequently, based on that, we were engaged in additional investigations where we were able to then find his cell phone data, placed him at the massage parlor during when the alleged crime happened. So that further solidified our investigation and our suspect. And then based on that, our investigators then went out and they had a probable cause that met with our prosecutor's office that we thought that we needed to arrest him, and they went out and arrested him based on that ongoing investigation. On the 19th, they allegedly picked him up outside of another massage parlor in California.
you announced that he was found, or that the suspect was a man in a wheelchair, had one leg. What do we know about this physical condition?
Yeah, so as we said, as the homicide happened, it happened on January 4th, and as police came there and started to investigate, and we stated in our probable cause statement, they were able to find some surveillance video, and we identified a person in a wheelchair with one leg who was seen arriving at the parlor approximately at 12:30 hours, and then leaving a couple of hours later. And so they were able to identify a person of interest, but at that time we still didn't know who it was. So it was the subsequent investigation that confirmed, and when the DNA hit occurred and they identified and put a name to it, we knew that person was also in a wheelchair and had one leg. So the pieces finally started to fall together, and just some great investigation done by our UPD officers and our homicide officers. Just good old-fashioned police work.
If you missed the developing story, there's been an arrest made in a murder in Midvale. It happened on January 4th. A 45-year-old employee, or maybe perhaps she was the owner, Sim, of the A-Plus massage parlor in Midvale, brutally murdered earlier this month. Now in custody is Stephen Chance Brinkerhoff. He's 39 years old. He's from Redondo Beach, California. And as I'm reading through the court document here, D.A. Gill, it says that he does not have a family who lives in Utah, but does have family in Oregon, Colorado, and California. What can you tell us about why he was in Utah? What drew him here?
Yeah, well, there's stuff that, again, let me be very clear. These are allegations in a charging document. There's a presumption of innocence that applies here under our system and applies to him as well. And as we stated, that we were able to certainly make a connection that he had texted and had communicated with our victim. And so there was some contact that was going back and forth. Now, we can't go into details about it, and that will come out as we go through the process of prosecution. But it was also not only for us to physically be able to identify the right person, put him at the right location, but then we were also able to establish through the cell phone that the suspect had made contact via text messages prior to the incident. So there was communication that was going on between the two of them, and that's what had drawn him here and reached out to her, and the rest will come out at trial.
Well, I just want to do a quick follow-up with you. Was he texting her from California, or did he wait till he got here to text her? Do you can you share that with us?
I can't share anything specific about what was going to come out at trial from an evidentiary perspective, but for our purposes of our probable cause, we certainly made that connection with them. And, this was as we say, this was a really tragic event, as we state that this was a person who the victim was stabbed 56 times, allegedly, according to the medical examiner. And so, we just wanted to make sure we could establish that contact, starting from that video to the DNA to the cell phone to the text messages, and move in that methodical way to allegedly put the suspect right at the crime scene.
We're speaking with Sim Gill, the Salt Lake County District Attorney. Just finished a press conference, so we appreciate you taking the time to join us immediately after, Mr. District Attorney. So as we're looking into his criminal history, we haven't gone through the entire document yet, but was there a history of violence beforehand?
This is an ongoing investigation, as they always are. But in our motion for the no bail hold, we have a responsibility to sort of communicate to the court why we think that this person should be held without any bail, and that was what I think Deb was referring to. We certainly established that he has no local contacts, and that based on the history that we were able to identify, which we thought was important to mention to the court for the purposes of the no bail hold. We listed some of those offenses there at that time. And then, of course, as you identified, we also said that he was apprehended on the 19th outside of a massage parlor. So all of these things were part and parcel of our request to hold him. And but beyond that, we can't go into any further detail about any history. And again, let me reiterate, there's a presumption of innocence that applies here. These are allegations only, but they're based on the factual information for the purposes of what we believe we have the right person for this terrible crime that happened in our community on the 4th of January.
Sim Gill, Salt Lake County District Attorney. Thank you.
At this point, we're waiting to find more information out about when Mr. Brinkerhoff, the defendant in this case, in this murder case that happened in Midvale on January 4th, will be extradited to Utah. Thank you, District Attorney Gill, for sharing the latest information on this tragic murder.
KSL FM Midvale.
KSL Salt Lake City.
From the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios, this is KSL News Radio.
Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
Good afternoon. KSL News Time is 12 o'clock noon, and this is Utah's Noon News. I'm Maria Chaleos. KSL's top story this hour. And it is developing news. A California man is being charged with the murder of a woman working in a Midvale massage parlor. KSL News Radio's Hugo Ricard Bell is at the DA's office, and he joins me live with details. Hugo? It looks like we're going to have to check back in with Hugo in just a few minutes, have him reestablished. A 20-year-old man has been found dead after falling through the ice at Settlement Canyon Reservoir last night. Now, police are saying the man walked onto the ice with a woman who is also in her 20s. She fell through the ice first just before 7 o'clock last night. He got her out but fell in and went under the water himself. They found his body just over 4 hours later.
They were approximately 2 feet off of the bank. But about 2 feet off the bank here at the reservoir where they were at, it drops to 10 feet very quickly.
Tooele Police Corporal Colby Bentley says the woman was taken to the hospital. They are hopeful she'll make a full recovery. This comes almost a year after a teenage boy drowned in the same location. Utah County authorities are conducting a search and rescue operation near Tibble Fork Reservoir in American Fork Canyon. The 19-year-old woman they are looking for was last seen on Sunday. Her car had been left behind in the parking lot. Utah Avalanche Center says the risk of wet avalanches is increased this week as the temperature rises. The warm weather is leading to unstable snow on south-facing slopes. KSL's top national stories this hour. The House Homeland Security Committee is gearing up to impeach Secretary of Homeland Security Alejandro Mayorkas.
The final markup featured Republicans on the House Homeland Security Committee blasting Alejandro Mayorkas for what Chairman Mark Green calls a willful and systematic refusal to enforce immigration law that's fueled the fentanyl crisis.
If your refusal to obey the law leads to the death of your fellow Americans, you no longer deserve to keep your job.
But Democrats call the impeachment effort baseless and even constitutionally unsound for not meeting the high crimes and misdemeanors standard. A Senate trial is certain to end with an acquittal in a body that's controlled by Democrats. Stephen Portnoy, ABC News, Washington.
Back to our top story. A California man is being charged with the murder of a woman working in a Midvale massage parlor. KSL News Radio's Hugo Ricard Bell is at the DA's office. He joins me live. Hugo?
Maria, 39-year-old Stephen Chance Brinkerhoff was arrested in California for the murder of 45-year-old Yuping Yao. According to the declaration of probable cause, Yuping was working alone on January the 4th when she was stabbed 56 times in the A-plus massage parlor at 7444 South State Street. Police found surveillance footage of a nearby business that showed Brinkerhoff arriving at the parlor at around 12:30 in the afternoon of the day of the murder. Now, he uses a wheelchair and has one leg. Police then say they matched DNA of human blood found on Yuping's body that matched Brinkerhoff's. According to DA Gill, he has an extensive criminal history and was actually arrested outside a different massage parlor in California on the 19th when he was taken into custody. Police have not released a motive, nor have they ruled out organised crime or links to human trafficking. Brinkerhoff awaits extradition to Utah. Reporting live from the DA's office, Yurkat Bell, KSL News Radio.
KSL News Time 12:03. The border crisis is a continuing issue at the White House. House Speaker Mike Johnson is calling for President Biden to take executive action to resolve it on his own. The president was asked if he has done all he can with executive authority to resolve the crisis.
Give me the power. I've asked for the very day I got in office. Give me the border patrol. Give me the people, the judges. Give me the people who can stop this and make it work right.
Now, Johnson says he's been speaking with former President Donald Trump about the crisis.
I have talked to former President Trump about this issue at length, and he understands that. He understands that we have a responsibility to do here. The president, of course, President Trump, wants to secure the country.
He also says that what he's heard about the bipartisan Senate immigration bill so far doesn't appear to solve the crisis. Other national stories we are following. White House is also sharing details of how the president will honor the sacrifice of those killed in the Jordan drone strike.
President Biden spoke to the families of the 3 service members killed in the drone attack in Jordan Sunday, and the White House says he'll go to Dover Air Force Base in Delaware Friday for the dignified transfer of remains. National Security spokesman John Kirby told reporters the president expressed to the families how proud everyone is of their service, and he made sure they knew that not only would that service and sacrifice be honored and respected, but the families would have the support of the administration as they go through this difficult time. Kirby said the president gauged whether the families wanted him to be there at Dover on Friday, and all of them supported his presence. Karen Travers, ABC News, Washington.
First look traffic. Good afternoon, Ricky.
Good afternoon, Maria. We do have a small accident northbound I-15 in Sandy at 90th South. Everybody out of traffic on the shoulder. Ricky Meese in the KSL Traffic Center.
KSL News Time, 12:05.
Bigger stories demand more accountability, more experience, more trust.
If it's like an election day or we're expecting some bad weather, KSL presents the story. Unbiased. It's a good local source.
We have you covered at KSL News Radio.
If there's a problem during your siding, gutter, or window installation project, most contractors will try to hide it, ignore it, or blame someone else. It's called passing the buck or turning a blind eye, or my favorite, finger pointing. My question is, where is the accountability? Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors, and look, sometimes problems just happen, no matter who you hire. Maybe the wrong color siding gets delivered, despite the order being placed perfectly, or maybe a downspout gets cut short. Honestly, it could be anything. At RGS Exteriors, mistakes are rare. But if something goes wrong, I can absolutely, positively, 100% guarantee you we'll never hide it and we'll never pass the buck. We'll make certain everything turns out right for you. That's people over profits. That's the RGS Exteriors way. For a free estimate on siding, gutters, or windows, call 801-280-3110, rgsexteriors.com, rgsexteriors.com.
You can stream your favorite show anytime, but the opera only happens 4 times per year. Join us and make new memories with your family and friends. Enjoy the entertaining stories, beautiful sets and costumes, and mesmerizing music. You deserve an elegant night on the town or a Sunday matinee with Utah Opera. Your couch will be there when you get back. Tickets start at $21. Get yours today at utahopera.org. Get ready for the ultimate movie experience. You, your loved ones, the big screen, and, oh yeah, the world-class Utah Symphony playing the movie's music live, giving you next-level surround sound. Don't miss the Hollywood classic Casablanca or the animated favorite How to Train Your Dragon. The Films and Concert series will become your new preferred cinematic experience. Located conveniently in downtown Salt Lake City at Marisa Bravenel Hall. See what's playing next at utahsymphony.org/films.
Treat yourself to a new experience with Utah Opera. Get your tickets at utahopera.org. KSL News Time 12:08, recapping our top story. Police say a man from California is behind the brutal murder of a massage parlor employee. Drunk drivers who end up killing someone in a crash here in Utah won't necessarily spend any time in prison. A Utah lawmaker says it's time to increase the state's penalties for drunk driving. KSL News Radio's Peter Johnston begins our team coverage.
Utah recommends 1 to 15 years in prison for impaired drivers who kill someone, but a new bill would raise the mandatory minimum to a 5-year sentence. State Representative Andrew Stoddard is sponsoring the bill, and he says many DUI drivers get off with no real time served. He says the new bill is about granting victims' families the time they need to grieve and heal. Defense lawyers testified against the 5-year minimum at a public hearing yesterday because they say it could hit even exceptional cases with an undeserved penalty. The State House Committee unanimously approved the bill, and now it awaits a vote on the House floor. Peter Johnston, KSL News Radio.
A bill that would require an adult present when a child is interrogated for a crime got the nod of approval to move forward in the House. Chief sponsor Marcia Judkins shared with KSL why these changes are important.
For a minor to waive their constitutional right seemed a little extreme.
A trusted audit would be required to present in person or by video call and require law enforcement to record it. Continuing our team coverage, KSL News Radio's Don Brinkerhoff took a look at a bill to make it against the law to ask the victim of sexual assault to take the lie detector test.
The bill is being run by Representative Angela Romero. She says when a prosecutor or police officer asks an assault victim to take a polygraph test, it carries this feeling of, we don't really believe you.
My goal as a policymaker is to make sure if somebody's been a victim of sexual assault, if they report it, that they're believed.
I represent crime victims. I'm the attorney for the Utah Rape Recovery Center. We don't let our clients take polygraph tests, ever.
KSL legal analyst Greg Skordas says these tests are not admissible in court because of their inaccuracy. Don Brinkerhoff, KSL News Radio.
KSL News Time, 12:09. Traffic and weather together. It's brought to you by Sinclair's DinoPay app. Save up to 20 cents per gallon. Let's check any trouble spots with Ricky Meese.
It's a delay-free drive on all the Valley freeways. Our main secondaries are also in good shape, although we do have some busy traffic southbound on Foothill from the U down to just past Sunnyside Avenue. We do have one accident. This is northbound I-15 in Sandy at 90th South. Looks like those vehicles are on the right shoulder, so not causing any kind of problems for drivers. Lagoon is looking for ride maintenance technicians. Lagoon offers excellent mechanical training programs with amazing career opportunities. Ride maintenance technician position is full-time and year-round. Details, visit lagoonpark.com/jobs. Ricky Meese in the KSL Traffic Center.
Another round of temperatures at 12 degrees above the normal. It'll feel spring-like again today. 52 the high, sunny skies and hazy at the valley floor. 33 overnight, clear skies. Tomorrow's 56, mostly sunny. Clouds move in on Thursday, 54. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Matt Johnson.
Sunny and 48 degrees downtown. A lot of haze is building. Coming up on Utah's Noon News, students are so chronically absent that schools are starting to offer incentives for them to attend class. That's next. Streaming live at KSLNewsRadio.com and on the app for KSL News Radio. We are Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
For the ones who get it done, the most important part is the one you need now. And the best partner is the one who can deliver. That's why millions of maintenance and repair pros trust Grainger, because we have professional-grade supplies for every industry, even hard-to-find products. And we have same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders. But most importantly, we have an unwavering commitment to help keep you up and running. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The smarter way to clean your floors. It's time to make the swap. Swiffer Power Mop.
Introducing the new Swiffer Power Mop, the all-in-one tool that gives you a mop and bucket clean in half the time. The solution's built right in, so no heavy bucket, and the pad has hundreds of scrubbing strips to get deep into grout. Don't mop harder, mop smarter.
Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop.
Derek Overstreet, founder of the New Millennium Group. We're a financial planning firm. Listen, we're fiduciaries. We have advisors standing by right now to take your call. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370. The reason you're going to want to call is we're going to help you retire 3 to 5 years before you thought possible. Now, imagine how that would be if you could actually retire 3 to 5 years sooner than your plan was. The way we do this is by putting together a step-by-step plan, taking into consideration any rental properties that you have, any pension income that you have, your Social Security. Listen, we put that all together for you, you in writing. It will allow us to build your income based on inflation. You know, inflation has been rapidly rising. You and I both need a plan that whatever we start out our income at, in 5 or 10 years, we're going to need 40% more income. So if you're one of those people listening and you'd like a plan in writing, give us a call at 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370, or go to utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Don't let this warm weather fool you. We still got a lot of cold nights ahead of us. What's up, everybody? I'm Mike Wilson with Any Hour Services, and if you haven't scheduled your annual furnace tune-up yet, I got some good news for you. Normally, we charge $124 to tune up your furnace, but not today. If you call today, Tuesday, January 30th, and mention you heard this ad, we'll give you $95 off and tune up your furnace for only $29. You won't hear this ad tomorrow, so call Any Hour Services right now to schedule. 801-443-7400. A furnace tune-up is the least expensive way to extend the life of your furnace and avoid unexpected breakdowns. And our technicians service all brands. 801-443-7400. If it's more convenient, go to anyhourservices.com and look for the red button that says Book Online. Schedule your $29 tune-up there. That's a $124 value for only $29. If you get a hold of Any Hour Services today, call 801-443-7400. You can Google Any Hour Services. You can even schedule online at anyhourservices.com. Getting help with electrical repairs is easier than you think. All you have to do is call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
KSL News Time 12:15. The 3 things you need to know this hour. First,
wildlife experts say the warm weather could be a contributor to a string of cougar sightings in eastern Salt Lake County. I'm KSL News Radio's Adam Small.
Second, a man has been charged for the murder of a massage parlor employee. Third, traffic and weather together, Ricky.
A small accident in Sandy. It's near 90th South on northbound I-15, but on the right shoulder. But if you're traveling any of the Valley freeways for your noontime drive, you are good to go. Ricky Meese in the KSL Traffic Center.
High pressure right overhead. That means more hazy sunshine with highs in the 50s. I'm Matt Johnson.
It's sunny and 48 degrees at the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios. Time now for KSL's top national stories.
From ABC News, I'm Michelle Franzen. A bipartisan group in the Senate continues to work with Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas on a spending package that includes more border security funding. At the same time, a GOP-led House committee is working to impeach Mayorkas over his handling of border security.
The final markup featured Republicans on the House Homeland Security Committee blasting Alejandro Mayorkas for what Chairman Mark Green calls a willful and systematic refusal to enforce immigration law that's fueled the fentanyl crisis.
If your refusal to obey the law leads to the death of your fellow Americans, you no longer deserve to keep your job.
But Democrats call the impeachment effort baseless and even constitutionally unsound for not meeting the high crimes and misdemeanors standard. A Senate trial is certain to end with an acquittal in a body that's controlled by Democrats. Stephen Portnoy, ABC News, Washington.
Election board members in Illinois ruling to keep former President Trump's name on the state's primary ballot. That challenge centered on the 14th Amendment clause that bans people from running for office who have engaged in an insurrection. The Supreme Court hears arguments next week on rulings in other state cases. The White House says a U.S. response to the deadly drone attack on U.S. service members in Jordan could come at any time. The U.S. blames Iranian-backed militants for the strike at the base, killing 3 U.S. troops and injuring dozens of others. National Security spokesperson John Kirby aboard Air Force One today says the goal is to deter, not escalate.
It's very possible that what you'll see is a tiered approach here, not just a single action, but potentially multiple actions.
President Biden telling reporters he's decided how it will happen. He's in Florida today to attend fundraisers. Toyota warning 50,000 owners of certain model years of Corollas and RAV4s to stop driving those cars immediately. The company says over the ages of airbags that could release deadly shrapnel in an accident. You're listening to ABC News.
Time for the KSL In-Depth. More than a quarter of American students are chronically absent, missing at least 15 days of school a year. Granite District spokesperson Ben Horsley told David Dujanovic we are seeing similar trends in our Utah schools.
Juvenile justice reforms a few years ago got rid of the truancy referral to court for students who are chronically absent, and there was some well-intentioned effort behind that. We're trying to get that changed back. If we have provided an intervention for truancy, that we can then in fact refer to court. because that stick, as you've mentioned, there's lots of carrots, but there are no sticks anymore. There's been a number of bills, and then COVID just in turn made it worse, where frankly, mandatory attendance in school is no longer a thing. And so parents are not being held responsible. After you used to get 7 absences, we used to send a letter and say, hey, by the way, this could be considered child neglect for not getting your kids to school. We want to work collaboratively with kids and families. We don't want to be punitive, but at the same time, our teachers are being held responsible for the outcomes of these students, and we can see a disparate outcome of several percentage points from students who are actively engaged in their education and their outcomes and students who are chronically absent. So we're being held accountable for this, and those kids aren't present.
So
they can't learn if they're not present.
Some states are using cash incentives to get kids back to school. Horsley says some of the schools in his district are starting to look at simpler incentives like pizza parties. KSL News Time, 12:19, traffic and weather together. It's brought to you by Sinclair's DinoPay app. Save up to 20 cents per gallon. Any problem spots, Ricky?
Just one. It's in Sandy, northbound I-15, a crash near 90th South, but those vehicles are on the shoulder. So freeway traffic in the area rolling right along. All Valley Freeway traffic seeing a good drive, but on north and southbound I-15, good speeds between Ogden and Provo. Higher elevations, no issues there. In Parley's Canyon on I-80, Big or Little Cottonwood, or Highway 189, Provo Canyon. Common Spirit, hospitals, clinics, and caregivers, all connected to advanced health care in Colorado, Kansas, and Utah. Healthcare with human kindness is here. Hello, human kindness. Ricky Meese in the KSL Traffic Center.
KSL 7-day forecast, mild today, 52 sunny skies, and yes, moderate air quality at the valley floor. 56 tomorrow, mostly sunny skies, record tomorrow 63. 54 mostly cloudy skies on Thursday with a south breeze kicking up. 49 rain showers likely on Friday. We'll go 42 rain snow showers possible on Saturday. How about Sunday? 44 partly cloudy, it's a bye day. We go back to the rain and snow shower activity on Monday. High of 42. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Matt Johnson.
Right now, 48 degrees, a lot of sunshine, but that haze is building in downtown Salt Lake City. 7-day forecast is brought to you by Performance Automotive Bountiful. A quick check of the markets. It's a mixed day. A complete update of your money news coming up next.
Hi, this is Doug Wright. Over the years, I've talked a lot about hard water. It takes years off the life of water heaters and other appliances in your home. Leaves scum on the shower walls, and you almost need a jackhammer to remove that. I've talked about how Connecticut of Utah, an authorized Connecticut dealer, their water softeners are maintenance-free. You just don't need adjustment, and they do the job with 2/3 less salt than other softeners. But today, I want to talk about the exhilarating feeling of stepping into a hot bath or shower and feeling that pure, soft water cascade over your skin. It feels like every pore in your body wants to stand up and start singing. And afterward, there are no itchy hard water deposits sticking all over you. You really should look into a soft water system from Connecticut of Utah, an authorized Connecticut dealer. You can learn more about Connecticut by giving them a call at 801-576-8600 or log on to Softwater Utah. Connecticut of Utah, an authorized Connecticut dealer. Then sit back and enjoy your shower even more.
Okay, that's good. Whoa, Dave!
Sorry, I'll go grab some paper towels. You can't let Dave pour things. He works at JCW's. They fill stuff up past the brim over there, like their milkshakes. They're thick, rich, and oh my gosh.
Delicious?
Oh no. Dave's filling up Crystal's car for her.
Dave, stop!
Hey, this is Clark for JCW. Stop into any of our 5 locations today. We're located in American Fork, Thanksgiving Point, Provo, South Jordan, and our new location in Harriman. Come in and see why at JCW's we believe in quality and a lot of it.
The Management Minute is a service of the MBA program in the John M. Huntsman School of Business at Utah State University. I'm Professor Scott Hammond. There are about 4,000 books a year published about leadership. 99% of them are written by self-proclaimed experts who see leadership as a fire that burns within. They assume that leadership is located in us, in the head and in the heart. Well, they're wrong. Leadership, like love, is a co-creation. It requires a relationship. It is found in the space between people. It is a series of behaviors, not traits of an individual. Leaders don't fly solo. They need a co-pilot and a crew. They need to collaborate. Learn more about leadership in an MBA from Utah State University. Go to utahstatemba.com. That's utahstatemba.com. I'm Scott Hammond. Hope to see you in one of our classes.
It's the Boat Show, February 1st through the 4th at Mountain America Expo.
Save $2 at utahboatshow.com.
The Boat Show, fun for the whole family.
It's only a minute of news. How long could it take? I do a lot of surfing late at night. I'm looking at all my favorite internet sources, Wall Street Journals, New York Times. People throw me ideas, but when I sit down in the morning and it's time to write, it has to resonate with me. I have to have something to say about it. It is my minute of news.
Jeff Kaplan's Afternoon News, 3 to 7 on KSL News Radio.
KSL News Time 1224. Much like Taylor Swift, you too can race to Las Vegas to see the Kansas City Chiefs play the San Francisco 49ers.
To prepare for her possible rush to Vegas, American Airlines is adding Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce-themed flights going to and from Kansas City to Las Vegas. The flight numbers are associated with the couple, flight 1989, her birth year, and 87, his jersey number. This will be Kelce's third Super Bowl. Swift has been to 12 of his games, so it would make sense for her to be there. Her international tour starts back up on February 7th and ends on the 10th, so theoretically, she should be able to get some rest and make it to Las Vegas to see him play. Alexandria Bonilla, KSL News Radio.
Watching Utah's Money, the maker of the robot vacuum Roomba is laying off 31% of its staff after their deal with Amazon fell through. Amazon called off the deal with iRobot blaming undue and disproportionate regulatory hurdles from the European Union. KSL Drives, if you have an older Toyota Corolla, Matrix, RAV4, or Pontiac, you might want to leave it in the garage. Toyota and General Motors are recommending the owners stop driving them because their airbag inflators are at risk of exploding and hurling shrapnel. Dealers will provide options such as mobile repair, towing the car to a dealer, or pickup and delivery. Starbucks is launching their olive oil-infused drinks in all U.S. stores. The drinks were originally met with negative reviews, but the company is going on with the launch. Shares have fallen more than 3% this year. And taking a look at your money at this moment, the Dow is up by nearly 120 points, sitting at 38,453. The S&P is down just a fraction, and the Nasdaq down 115 points. The man who stole the iconic ruby slippers used in The Wizard of Oz has learned his sentence.
The slippers were recovered in 2018 when a man contacted the FBI offering information for a reward. It wasn't until last year that the authorities finally got their man, former mobster Terry John Martin. In an attempt at one final score, Martin stole the slippers because he was certain they contained real rubies in order to justify the museum's $1 million insurance policy. On Monday, a Minnesota judge sentenced the 76-year-old Martin with time served rather than 10 years in prison. This was because Martin is terminally ill and currently in hospice with an expected 6 months to live. I'm Kevin Carr.
The political accusations will only get louder.
Stop the invasion of our southern border.
He doesn't want us to solve the border problem because he wants to blame Biden for it.
The world around us will only become more divided. With more conflict come key decisions about news stories and the facts. That's why we choose our words carefully at KSL, ask better questions, and leave the conclusions to you. The stakes are higher, and we have you covered at KSL News Radio.
At Shane Company, we believe we're all made to shine. This Valentine's Day, celebrate the love of your life, your best friend, or your best self with unique fine jewelry from Shane Company. We're passionate about sourcing the most beautiful and vibrant gemstones from around the world so everyone can shine bright. We take the time to ensure each piece of jewelry is expertly crafted so it can be treasured forever. Visit Shane Company and discover Valentine's Day gifts for everyone, your new crush or your soulmate. Let them know how much you care with fine jewelry designed by us, guaranteed for life, for free. Radiant red rubies, pink sapphires, diamond hearts, gorgeous jewelry with all the colors and symbols of love. This Valentine's Day, give a necklace with a gemstone as special as your love, a gold ring engraved with a date you'll never forget, earrings that make their eyes sparkle. Give a gift that was made to shine. Shane Company. Fine jewelry since 1929.
Tim and Amanda.
I don't want to be in the dark about things. I'm sure you don't either, Tim. I mean, I want to know what's going on with the weather. Are my kids safe? Where is my money going? I want to be informed.
Yeah, the truth is, it's important information for you and your families to make sure that you are informed so that if some changes are necessary in your life or your children's life, you can make them by listening and starting your morning with us here on KSL.
Wake up with Utah's Morning News with Tim and Amanda, 5 to 9 on KSL News Radio.
Join KSL and the movie show this Friday, 10 to 1 at the Salt Lake NPS store, 1600 Empire Road in Salt Lake City, npsstore.com. KSL News Time, 12:29, traffic and weather together. It's brought to you by Sinclair's DinoPay app. Save up to 20 cents per gallon. What's happening, Ricky?
No freeway delays, but we do have a Sandy crash northbound I-15 about 90th south on the shoulder. We do have busy and sometimes slow traffic, especially around the intersections on Foothill right now. This is southbound from the U down to about 1700 south. Also, crews are working on a water main break, and that means portions of the roads are blocked off to traffic in South Jordan. This is on South Jordan Parkway, 104th South at 3200 West into Thursday. It's Zero Res's best deal of the year. Get one room of carpet cleaned starting at $25 per room with promo code 25RM. Book online anytime at zerores.com. Ricky Meese in the KSL Traffic Center.
The center of a high-pressure core is right over Utah. That'll keep the pollution at the valley floors. But man, we've got mild temperatures in the low 50s again today with sunny skies. 33 overnight with clear skies. Mostly sunny tomorrow with a high of 56. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Matt Johnson.
A lot of sunshine, 48 degrees in downtown Salt Lake City.
You're listening to Utah's Noon News with Maria Chaleos
on KSL News Radio,
102.7 FM and 1160 AM.
Good afternoon. KSL News Time, 12:30. KSL's top story this hour. One Utah senator wants you to get rewarded for tattletaling on idling vehicles. KSL News Radio's Amy Kobabe reports.
Imagine you see a commercial vehicle on the side of the road, sitting there with its engine running, going on and on and on. So you take out your phone and start recording. Senator Nate Bluin thinks you should get rewarded for turning that video in.
So you'd report these vehicles, they'll pay a fine, and then the person reporting can actually will get a piece of that fine back, so people can make money off of this.
Bluin's bill would allow for counties to actually set up their own programs to make this happen. It would also allow for commercial operators to purchase exceptions, so basically allowing them to idle without getting that fine. Amy Kobabe, KSL News Radio.
Mountain lion sightings have become more common in parts of the Salt Lake Valley. KSL TV's Andrew Adams has more from Mill Creek.
Bruce Mahoney says cougar sightings have been all too commonplace in recent months. Mahoney says the presence of mountain lions here already has his family acting differently.
We don't let the little dogs out or put them on a chain outside or anything like that. You don't leave the kids out either.
One sighting prompted an elementary school in Cottonwood Heights to cancel recess. KSL News Radio's Adam Small explains why we are seeing so many more of them.
Cougars tend to keep a low profile in the mountains and canyons, but there's one thing they tend to stay close to: deer herds.
If we have a lot of snow high and deer move down into the foothills or into the valleys, lions are likely to follow.
Darren DeBlois with the Utah Division of Wildlife Resources says some deer like heading down to the valley because less or right now little to no snow on the ground makes it a lot easier to move around. That can force cougars to broaden their hunting ground.
It may make it a little bit harder to hunt, and so cougars are ranging a little bit further.
DeBlois says if you live in the foothills where it's more likely to see a cougar, trim back or remove vegetation that can attract deer, and don't let your pets out alone around sunrise and sunset. Adam Small, KSL News Radio.
KSL's top national stories this hour. A popular maker of CPAP machines is shutting down production in the U.S. ABC's Sherry Preston explains why.
Maybe you sleep with someone who wears a CPAP machine that sounds like that, and they're for people with sleep apnea. Now the company Philips is recalling 5 million CPAP machines worldwide. The machines are built with foam for insulation, but that foam can break down, officials say, and then be inhaled while the devices are being used, a possible cancer risk. Philips says it'll stop selling the machines altogether in the United States. Sherry Preston, ABC News.
Ohio's Attorney General is supporting a bill that would allow executions by nitrogen hypoxia. Alabama became the first state to use the method last week. The Ohio bill would give death row inmates a choice between lethal injection and nitrogen, but nitrogen would be the default if drugs for lethal injection are not available. Attorney General Dave Yost said it's unacceptable to ask jurors to pass death sentences without providing for carrying them out.
We're neither taking responsibility for the judgments nor taking responsibility for, if it proves that way, our preference to avoid the unpleasant nature of this debate.
Pharmaceutical companies have allegedly refused to sell states drugs for lethal injection executions. U.S. and Chinese officials held the first meeting of the counter-narcotics work grouping in Beijing today. National Security spokesman John Kirby says China's government is committed to finding the source of the chemicals used to make opioids such as fentanyl.
The goal here is to produce concrete and measurable actions that lead to a reduction in the supply of these precursor chemicals that are killing, again, so many Americans.
The country is going to try and attempt to increase law enforcement. Other national stories KSL is following. Emergency services are still searching for up to 7 people after a boat sank off Cancun, Mexico. ABC's Jim Ryan reports.
Mexican officials have not confirmed the nationalities of the 4 who died, but ABC News has learned that they were 3 adults and a child. The water in the 8-mile stretch between Cancun and Isla was said to be rough at the time of the sinking. It's the second time in a year that a boat carrying tourists between Cancun and Isla Mujeres has sunk.
4 people are confirmed dead. The UN's weather agency is confirming the hottest temperature recorded in Europe. It was in Italy 2 years ago.
The World Meteorological Organization, the UN's weather agency, confirming that a reading of 119.8 degrees Fahrenheit in Sicily on August 11, 2021, was the hottest temperature ever recorded in Europe, renewing fears regarding soaring temperatures and climate change. The previous record was picked up in Greece in July 1977. Inez de la Cuetara, ABC News. Paris.
The U.S. is on high alert as Europe faces a measles crisis. The World Health Organization says the cases increased 30% over the past year. More than 21,000 people have been hospitalized and at least 5 have died. First Look Traffic, here's Ricky Meese.
We do have a good drive in progress, even though we have an accident northbound I-15 90 south in Sandy, and a report of a possible stalled vehicle, California Avenue, under the I-215 overpass. Ricky Meese in the KSL Traffic Center.
KSL News Time, 12:35.
Spend your workday with a talk show that makes you feel better about the news.
Dave and Dujanovic.
They have a good dynamic between the two of them.
Sometimes I'll take Dave's side and sometimes I'll take Debbie's side.
They're great.
Dave and Debbie, live from 9 to noon, or podcast the show on the app for KSL News Radio.
You know, never in the history of ever have I been asked if SOTA weight loss, SOTA, stands for state of the art. Never have I been asked if it works. Why? Because it works. I lost 37 pounds in less than 90 days, and I am 2 years into this program. I've never felt healthier. I've never had more energy. My clothes have never fit better. And now it's your chance to see those same results. Right now, SOTA has a Shape Up Showdown. And you could actually win a full year of SOTA's amazing program and a $2,000 wardrobe makeover, which you're going to need, by the way, when you lose the weight. All you have to do is email shapeup@sotaweightloss.com. That's shapeup@sotaweightloss.com. Never been easier, and you're never alone in your journey. You have your own coach and dietitian to help you every step of the way. They help me. They've helped thousands of people across the country. They'll help you as well. As I always say, when it comes to your SOTA weight loss journey, no time to lose, only time to win. Start winning today at sotaweightloss.com.
Have you heard of IRS tax code section 1.408A-4? It sounds complicated, but it's a simple tax law thousands of Utah families are using to lock in lower tax bills when they retire. If you've saved at least $200,000 for retirement, and some of this money is in an IRA or 401k, it could save you tens of thousands, maybe even hundreds of thousands of dollars in future tax bills. You can find out how much you could save by requesting a free and confidential retirement tax savings analysis. It's from Boss Retirement Solutions, a 5-time winner of Utah's Best of State Award. For your free retirement tax analysis, call 801-896-9622. 801-896-9622. That's 801 896-9622.
Advisory services offered through Boss Retirement Advisors, an SEC registered investment advisory firm. Insurance products and services offered through Boss Retirement Solutions.
Thank you for joining us for Utah's Noon News, recapping our top local story. A bill in the legislature would make it illegal for commercial vehicles to idle. KSL News Time, 1238. The younger generations won't have an easy time owning homes, partly because boomers won't part with theirs. KSL News Radio's Claire Scott explains.
Homes are expensive and prices are rising. Why? Well, there's not enough homes, and those that exist are looking at mortgage rates at a 23-year high. And then on top of that, baby boomers aren't downsizing. A Redfin study found that empty nest baby boomers own 28% of large homes. Millennials with kids own 14%, and Gen Z families just 0.3%. CNN reports that there's little reason for older adults to sell their homes. They have great rates, a home they're comfortable in, and things aren't looking too great on the outside anyway. Claire Scott, KSL News Radio.
Taylorsville police have adopted a program meant to help officers save crucial time in missing persons cases involving people with special needs. Lieutenant Jaron Fowler tells KSL TV the Project Safeguard program allows family with special needs like autism and dementia to fill out a form online, outlining their needs to help police if they ever go missing.
They could have different triggers, they could have different behaviors, different things that work to help with calming.
Most agencies in Salt Lake County participate in the program and share information. We have information about those agencies and a link to the forum on kslnewsradio.com. Some popular ADHD drugs are being recalled after the company mixed up the pills with narcolepsy medication. Azurity Pharmaceuticals said the labels on the bottles were swapped. ADHD medication is already in need as the national shortage continues. Anyone questioning their prescription or refill should contact their pharmacy. Tuesday isn't the cheapest day of the week to buy an airline ticket after all. Travel website Expedia says it's analyzed millions of flights.
The magic day of the week to book is Sunday.
Expedia spokesperson Christy Hudson says passengers save an average of 13% when they buy tickets on Sunday rather than a Friday. She says Fridays are the most expensive day of the week to buy a ticket. KSL News Time, 1239, traffic and weather together. It's brought to you by Sinclair's DinoPay app. Save up to 20 cents per gallon. And here's Ricky Meese.
Our one freeway crash has been cleared in Sandy at 90th South and northbound I-15. It never really caused any kind of delay. And then we had a report of a possible stalled vehicle at California Avenue near I-215's West Belt. At the interchange there, I did see a semi that was over to the right shoulder, and that's already gone. I want to remind you, though, that we do have workers trying to repair a water main break, and it is closing a portion of South Jordan Parkway near 3200 West into Thursday. So that may be a spot where you want to just plan ahead and take an alternate route. Traffic will be detoured in that area. Save up to 20 cents off per gallon using Sinclair's DinoPay app. Find a Sinclair station, store amenities, purchase history, and enjoy a simple, secure way to pay for fuel. Download the free app today. Ricky Meese in the KSL Traffic Center.
It's mild today, but not record-breaking. 52 the high, record is 61, sunny skies and haze. 33 overnight, clear skies. Tomorrow, 56, mostly sunny skies. We go to 54 with clouds moving in out of the south on Thursday. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Matt Johnson.
Sunny and 48 degrees in downtown Salt Lake City. Coming up on Utah's Noon News, we'll hear from Salt Lake County Sheriff Rosie Rivera about the officers who responded to the murder at a Midvale massage parlor. Streaming live at kslnewsradio.com and on the app for KSL News Radio. We are Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
It's the dead of winter, and our friends at Advanced Window Products have a wonderful wintertime offer. This is Jeff Kaplan. If the cold is seeping into your house right now, Nate and Jake will give you $2,500 off on double-pane windows and the highest quality custom frames built right here in Utah. Any style, any color, and the $2,500 is atop their already low prices. See, they build the windows, they install the windows, and they guarantee them for life. So there's no middleman markup. At Advanced Window Products, they offer 0% financing. You can save now, pay later, so take advantage in the dead of winter while the wind is whistling and give your home, your number one asset, a fresh new look. Plus, you save money on heating and air conditioning, so much so the energy companies offer rebates. Buy local. Their factories right here in Salt Lake City. Save an extra $2,500 off the best windows and frames in Utah. 801-850-9100. 801-850-9100 or visit advancedwindowsusa.com.
Would you like to be part of an important research study and receive up to $550? The Beehive study at the University of Utah is comparing how well 2 different FDA-authorized booster vaccines protect people against COVID-19. You can decide to get a booster or not and still participate. By joining the Beehive study, you'll have the chance to receive up to $550 for completing activities such as weekly COVID tests and brief surveys about your health. Call 801-203-0320 or email beehivestudy@utah.edu to learn more. You can also visit the study website at www.beehivestudy.com.
Don't let this warm weather fool you. We still got a lot of cold nights ahead of us. What's up, everybody? I'm Mike Wilson with Any Hour Services, and if you haven't scheduled your annual furnace tune-up yet, I got some good news for you. Normally, we charge $124 to tune up your furnace, but not today. If you call today, Tuesday, January 30th, and mention you heard this ad, we'll give you $95 off and tune up your furnace for only $29. You won't hear this ad tomorrow, so call Any Hour Services right now to schedule. 801-443-7400. A furnace tune-up is the least expensive way to extend the life of your furnace and avoid unexpected breakdowns. And our technicians service all brands. 801-443-7400. If it's more convenient, go to anyhourservices.com and look for the red button that says Book Online. Schedule your $29 tune-up there. That's a $124 value for only $29 if you get a hold of Any Hour Services today. Call 801-443-7400. You can Google Any Hour Services. You can even schedule online at anyhourservices.com.
KSL News Time, 1245. The 3 things you need to know this hour. First,
if you're looking for some extra money, one Utah senator may have just the thing. He wants to reward people for turning in videos of idling commercial vehicles. I'm KSL News Radio's Amy Kobabe.
Second, the Salt Lake County District Attorney says police used forensic evidence to identify the suspect in the Midvale massage parlor murder. Third, traffic and weather together, Ricky.
Well, South Jordan Parkway is closed in spots due to the repair of a water main break near 3200 West. It's going to continue until sometime on Thursday. Plan accordingly and avoid the area. Ricky Meese in the KSL Traffic Center.
The spring weather tease continues today and tomorrow. I'm Matt Johnson.
Sunny, 48 degrees at the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios. Time now for KSL's top national stories.
ABC News, I'm Michelle Franzen. President Biden told reporters he knows how the U.S. will respond to the drone attack at a U.S. base in Jordan that killed 3 U.S. soldiers, but would not say when. The Biden administration says Iranian-backed militants are to blame.
A U.S. official tells ABC the response to the drone attack in Jordan will be carried out over the course of several days and will involve striking multiple targets. This official says these are going to be very deliberate targets, deliberate strikes on facilities that enabled these attacks on American forces. Karen Travers, ABC News, Washington.
Authorities say they've located that stolen Jackie Robinson statue that was swiped from a Kansas park last week, but say that the statue of the baseball legend was burned. No arrests have been announced. Consumer confidence is up for the 3rd straight month. The Conference Board, which tracks the mood of American spending, says holiday spending helped boost confidence along with the easing of inflation. It is just one of the factors the Fed Board will look at when it decides what to do next with interest rates. This is ABC News.
Time for the KSL In-Depth. The details of the Midvale massage parlor murder are being released. Sheriff Rosie Rivera says as soon as the first officers arrived, they knew that this case would be long and complicated.
I just want to thank all of the work that has been put into this, from the initial officer to the violent crimes detectives that responded to the major crimes unit, the special victims unit, and our forensics unit, that all responded and played such a huge part in apprehending this individual so quickly. And when I say quickly, some of these types of crimes take a very long time to get somebody into custody. So just wanted to comment on that. We did receive information that this individual was in California, and we worked with our federal partners, HSI and the U.S. Marshal's Office, to locate this individual and take him into custody. He is there now awaiting extradition to come back here and go through the process. Just wanted to say about our community, our Midvale community, these type of cases take a toll on our community, and we wanted to make sure that we did this press conference today to let the community know that there is someone in custody on this case, and just to bring them a little bit of relief, knowing that this case has moved forward to this extent.
Rivera says the gruesome scene was not easy for officers.
Yeah, it's incredibly difficult, especially usually it's your patrol officers, who get that 911 call and respond, and it's very traumatic for everybody involved, also her family. And we do the best that we can do to train our folks on how to deal with these type of cases, but it's, we're human. And it's not only difficult for that patrol officer, but as the investigation moves forward in our forensics units, and it's a very brutal crime. What I can tell you, though, we knew from the start how brutal it was, and we had to do everything we could to get this person off the street to keep our community safe. And that's what they did. They worked hours and hours of investigation to make this happen.
Police say 39-year-old Stephen Chance Brinkerhoff is charged with the murder of 45-year-old Yuping Zhao. He now awaits extradition to Utah after being arrested in California. KSL News Time, 12:49. Traffic and weather together. It's brought to you by Sinclair's DinoPay app. Save up to 20 cents per gallon. Ricky?
Salt Lake County Freeway is seeing a delay-free, crash-free drive. I-15 is problem-free both directions in Weber, Davis, Salt Lake, and Utah counties. Again, just remember, we have had some pretty busy traffic southbound on Foothill, anywhere from the U down to about 1700 south. And it looks like there may possibly be workers at that traffic light at Sunnyside Avenue, so just caution there. And then a portion of the road is closed on South Jordan Parkway due to a water main break. That's 104th south at 3200 west. Wasatch Front businesses and property managers. Don't wait for bad weather. Schedule professional snow service with GoPave Utah. For complete parking lot safety, visit GoPaveUtah.com. GoPaveUtah.com. Ricky Meese in the KSL Traffic Center.
KSL 7-day forecast. It is borderline t-shirt weather the next couple of days. Sunny skies today with highs in the low 50s. We'll still see that valley haze. Tomorrow, hazy sunshine, maybe a couple of passing clouds. 56 the high. 54, mostly cloudy skies on Thursday, still mild. 49 with rain showers likely on Friday. Rain snow showers on Saturday, 42. We're in the mid-40s on Sunday. It's a dry day. Then we go 42 rain snow showers on Monday. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Matt Johnson.
Sunny in downtown Salt Lake City and 48 degrees. The 7-day forecast is brought to you by Performance Automotive Bountiful. Quick check of the markets. The Dow up by 130. The NASDAQ off by at least that much. We'll check your money news coming up next.
I guess it's human nature, Amanda, that no matter how much money we have in our savings account, it never seems like it's enough. And if you find yourself in that mode right now, let us direct you over to our friends at UCCU. They are wanting to help you supercharge your savings.
UCCU is offering high-rate savings options with yields up to 5.5%. All you do is go to UCCU.com and select a high-rate savings option to do just what you said, supercharge your savings.
You're going to get a much bigger return on your savings right now. It's a savings certificate, which means you make one deposit up front and your money grows over a fixed period of time. So you can have that grow over 5 years, but UCCU has created some very short-term savings certificates with high yields, short like 6 months, 9 months, or a year.
So you decide how long do you want to put that money. You deposit money, a one-time only deposit, and then you let it stay in. The longer it stays in there, the higher the interest rate you earn.
And if you need immediate access to your money, UCCU's Money Market will give you a high yield and anytime access.
UCCU, you're going to love where you bank.
Are you one of those people? Those people. You know, self-driven, confident, love sales and understanding marketing. Would you like to work with a variety of businesses, large and small, helping them succeed? Do you want to actually make the kind of money you know you should make? Are you looking for a career with an opportunity to grow? Well, we're looking for those people. Bonneville Salt Lake Media Group is looking for account executives from a variety of backgrounds and experience levels to connect with high-potential business opportunities for digital marketing, KSL podcasts, KSL KSL News Radio, 103.5 The Era, FM 100.3, and 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone. It's advertising sales that will change your world. Not to mention the world-class list of benefits we're famous for. You'll work in person and remotely in a dynamic team culture with opportunities to reach audiences both locally and globally. If this is the kind of work that interests you, text careers to 57500. That's careers to 57500. Text careers to 57500.
Experience classical hits through a new lens. The Utah Symphony presents Masterworks Magnified, themed and fun-filled concert events that take you beyond the music. Are you a book lover? February 2nd and 3rd, discover the world of music inspired by literature. Then on April 26th and 27th, explore the powerful connection between music and motion. Bring a date or a few friends for a night out at downtown Salt Lake City's Abravanel Hall. Before the concert, grab drinks and specialty concessions and explore themed activities. Then settle into your seat. A host will guide you through the music and captivating visuals will be projected as the orchestra plays. Masterworks Magnified is the perfect first symphony concert or a chance to experience classical music in a new way. Tickets start at $21 at utahsymphony.org/magnified.
Treat yourself to a new experience with Utah Opera. Get your tickets at utahopera.org. KSL News Time 1254. A federal program which helped impoverished families have access to internet service could be coming to an end. KSL News Radio's Michael Commit has more.
The Affordable Connectivity Program serves almost 72,000 households here in Utah. This pandemic-era service allowed qualified people to get major discounts on internet back when everyone was working online. Now, funding for the program is drying up. The Biden administration is asking Congress for $6 billion to keep the program going through to the end of this year. Otherwise, the Federal Communications Commission will stop enrolling new people on February 7th. Those who are currently enrolled have already been warned. Michael Commit, KSL News Radio.
KSL News Time, 1255. Watching Utah's money, the hot sauce market is expected to grow by $1 million in the next 4 years. It's because of home cooking and vegans. Research firm Technavio says the sauce is a vital part of vegan cooking and the vegan population is growing. A man successfully used a 46-year-old Disney World pass to get into the park. In a TikTok, Matthew Abel said he found the pass among his family's belongings and released it had no expiration date. When the ticket was purchased, it only cost $8. Burger King is adding some new experimental items to their menu. The restaurant chain will release a limited-time candied bacon Whopper and an update to their existing fish sandwich, releasing the fiery big fish. The Whopper includes candied bacon and sweet bacon jam. And taking a look at your money at this moment, the Dow is up by 131 points, sitting at 38,465. S&P, it's up by a fraction. The NASDAQ, though, down by 106 points. KSL News Time, 1256.
When's the best time to plant a tree? It was 20 years ago. When's the second best time to plant a tree? It's now. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I remember years ago being sent home from elementary school with a small tree in a styrofoam cup. I know some of you can relate. If that was planted, it's now bigger than you are. Your finances are the same way. The best time to get started, or the best time to get a second opinion, is now. And with time and patience, imagine how big your financial tree could be. 20 years ago, if you invested $1,000 in Apple stock, it could be worth over $500,000 today. That is a big tree. Do that for you and do that for someone you love. Call Trajan Wealth today and help us help you plant that financial tree.
Call 801-899-7600. That's 801-899-7600. Or visit TrajanWealth.com.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
The new year is here, and it's time to take advantage of Zero Res's best deal of the year. Carpets, tile, rugs, upholstery, basically every surface in your home can be Zero Resified. So it's time to call the cleaning pros at Zero Res. Don't forget your air ducts to help alleviate allergies or asthma. Enjoy less dust, lower energy bills, and your home will stay cleaner longer. Don't DIY it. Call Zero Res because you know it's safe and effective. effective. Zero-Res has a 4.8 rating on Google with over 3,300 reviews. The Zero-Res Gotta Love It guarantee makes it easy to get what you pay for. Yeah, Zero-Res absolutely stands behind every cleaning. Don't miss the best deal of the year. Get back to clean and get one room of carpet cleaning starting at just $25 per room by using promo code 25RM. Call Zero-Res at 866-ZERO-RES or go online at zerores.com and say you want the station special. Zero-Res. Spell it backward or forwards. It spells the same.
Getting help with plumbing repairs is easier than you think. All you have to do is call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
KSL Broadcast Group contests are open to participants 13 years of age and older that are residents of Utah, Idaho, Wyoming, and Nevada, unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, or other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contest may not enter. Persons who have won in the last 90 days from the station contest or event are not eligible. Full general contest rules are available at kslnewsradio.com.
KSL News Time, 12:59. Traffic and weather together. It's brought to you by Sinclair's DinoPay app. Save up to 20 cents per gallon. Any trouble spots, Ricky?
A trouble in traffic, and this is a tip from a KSL traffic trooper, Morgan, reporting. Not sure if it's a crash, a stalled vehicle, but it is going from westbound to I-80 to southbound I-15. Now, this is in the heart of the valley at the I-80-201 junction, so it could be on a transition ramp, and you just want to use a little bit of caution. Otherwise, it is a delay-free drive and looking good on the rest of your valley freeways. Big O Tires is locally owned and operated in Utah. Now through February 19th, get up to $160 off select sets of tires after mail-in rebate. Big O Tires, the team you trust. Ricky Meese in the KSL Traffic Center.
Taking a look at the forecast for the Wasatch Front, the weather's staying pretty much the same as it is right now for the next couple of days. So to high today of 52, 56 tomorrow, 54 on Thursday, but then a chance of showers comes in on Thursday, about a 30% chance, and up to 60% chance by Friday. 48 degrees, a lot of sunshine in downtown Salt Lake City.
KSL FM Midvale.
KSL Salt Lake City.
From the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios, this is KSL News Radio.
Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
It's 1 o'clock at KSL News Radio. I'm Dan Bonas. KSL's top story this hour. A suspect in the murder of a woman at a massage parlor in Midvale has been arrested in California. The Salt Lake County District Attorney says police used forensic evidence found at the scene, as well as video surveillance footage, to identify the suspect.
A match was made and returned to Stephen Chance Brinkerhoff, who matched the person arriving and leaving A-Plus Massage on January 4, 2024, on the video surveillance, including that he also had only one leg.
Brinkerhoff is now facing a murder charge.